What? It freaking expires? What the hell's up with that? Hey, 3D Medic. Hey, Matt. How you doing? All right, now this is really annoying. I guess so that they can have the option of taking it away from you anytime they want. Space Desk expires. And is there no way to update it? I just have to go and download it from wherever? Retro to the command and control something. I swear an online requirement, meaning it has no dependence on it. It doesn't even update it. And that's crap. Talk about stupidity. I've always got to try to maintain control of things they should not be allowed to maintain control of. Looks like it's hard crashing. It's crashing. Something's crashing. Something is pissed off. What the hell is using all the resources? 20% drop frames. Yeah, that'll do it. You serious? I can't even get Task Manager to load? So Windows Explorer is crashing. Come on. Always have to be such a pest. Task Manager is finally starting to sort of kind of load. Maybe. Another one. At least I'm not dropping frames anymore. I can't see the chat because I can't get this window to load. What is it doing? Still trying to do something. Come on. All right. I guess I'll just show you some of the stuff that I got while we wait for Windows to decide to function correctly. It seems to not be buffering anymore. Got two more of those big 24-volt emitters. So I'm going to make, so now I have three of them. That's enough to make a circular lamp that'll run off the tool batteries. Got a whole bunch more of the little 5-watt cobs because they're so cheap. I mean, they're so stinking cheap. So I got 40 more of these. I'm gonna figure out some interesting things to do with them. You know, they produce such a nice light that I wonder if I can like literally just mount them to the ceiling and have them light up the room, like 12 of them to light up one room. That would be like, I don't know, 6 or 7 watts. They produce such an even light that that might work. And if I put 4 of them in series, I should be able to run them directly off of 12-volt battery, no 12-volt circuit, no modification. In fact, if I run 5 of them in series, that should undervolt them a little bit, since that would require 16 volts, and I'd only be giving them 12.8. So I might not even need any constant current drivers. The undervolting might be enough of a restriction to prevent overheating without any additional circuitry. That'd be cool. I might try that. Finally got the longer JST pairs. So that is plenty of wire for doing whatever you need to do to hook up and give enough to be able to fence wire inside the flashlight. Got some more of the silicone wire. 20 gauge. Where's the other stuff I have? It is thinner. Okay, what the hell's up with that? Definitely a big difference. That's not the same wire. It's a 20 gauge. So it's the other 20 gauge? I just assumed this was 20 gauge. I'm gonna have to see what the actual size of that wire is. I also got some jumpers. These are handy just for testing things out, temporarily hooking things up. I finally got some of those. Jewelry, jewelry, jewelry. Here's the heat shrink pigtails for the end, which we'll also go with the 6 to show it's correct. I just realized I never actually confirmed what size bolt is on the end of that battery. I never actually confirmed it. Looks like the right size. And could I visually identify the difference between items? Probably not. So let me murder space. That's reloaded. Okay, this is murder. Okay. Why is this system so seemingly unstable? Just don't get it. it is M6. So now we have a wing nut, which means no tools required. You can do it all by hand. And oh, I thought this was cute. So one of the problems that I've had on Temu, a lot of sellers have they're doing some weird thing with pre-order, drop shipping, double shipping, and ordering from China to a local warehouse type of deal. And they need more time since none of them have these things in stock. The reality is let me bring up a chat. I can do chat. There it is. Yeah, I know the video's acting up. So my computer is being just, I don't know, slow. It's a hard time. I think it's hard wrestling. I think that's the big part of it. Still jumpy, huh? Not dropping frames. But it's still jumpy. Oh yeah, I can see it. I can see that when I move back and forth, it's not smooth. I can try rebooting OBS, but I don't think OBS is the problem. But that. Okay. Maybe it was OBS. Because the moment OBS died, everything got smoother. And now it's smooth. Oh, isn't that weird? Huh. Or something was pissing off OBS. Let's get this popped out. Pop out. You over there. You on live. Yeah, just restarted OBS for, I guess that instance of OBS was just unstable. I don't know. Yeah, it's nice and smooth now. When I move, it's not like before. It was like dit, 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 dit. Yeah. So I've been ordering, all these, cool design pants that I can get off of Temu in my size, and I've been having a problem. There's only one seller that really has a whole bunch. There's two sellers, but the one I was ordering from because they were cheaper. And they had more designs. I ordered I ordered like 4 or 5 pair at a time because they're super cheap. Like, they're talking $8 to $11 a pair. And I'd get the package in, and half the order would be missing, just not there. Like, it's not like the package was torn open and it fell out. It's sealed. It's just they didn't ship it. So I order like 4 pair, I get 2. I order 5 pair, I get 3. I order 6 pair, I get 4. There's always like half the order missing. And in fact, the one time I think it was like 6 pair I ordered and I got 2. So 4 pairs were missing, or something like that. Now I would dispute it with Temu and say, "Hey, I'm missing stuff in this order," and they would investigate it for a few days and they'd give me my money back. Now, normally I wouldn't care because Temu is going to give me my money back. I know they will. The problem is this particular scenario could also be interpreted as me being the problem. Because how do you prove you didn't get something? They just have to take my word for it. Because please take a picture of the proof. Okay. Empty hand. Pick. Well, what else do I send them? How do I take a picture of something I didn't get? Now, I think I figured out what's going on. It took 3 orders to figure this out because it happens every order. I think I'm ordering things that the seller just doesn't have. And I don't think this is malicious. I think it's just logistical. I think that's I mean, I could order something for free on Temu from China and it gets here before the local order does from Chicago. How does that work? That's because they don't ship it until 2 days before the deadline. Literally. They set it up as a pre-order, which gives them 4 weeks to send it to me instead of 2. Because after a certain amount of time, you get a reward as a penalty credit. So if an order arrives late, you get a $5 credit. There's one time where I got like 8 of those. Like, wow. I logged into the $40 credit. Like, okay, let's order a bunch of stuff. So to avoid that penalty, they have to ship it by a certain time in order to get it to me in time. And I noticed that all 3 of those orders, matter of fact, all 6 of the local warehouse orders I ordered at that time, but other sellers, were arriving either on the last day before I'd get the credit or the day before the last day I'd get the credit. Meaning, yeah. No, that's just the where it hits the USPS system. I noticed some were in City of Industry, California, some were in Dallas, Texas, some were in Chicago, Illinois. That's just one that happened to pop into my head. It's not an actual Temu warehouse. It's theoretically coming from a local seller. This is when they were having a real scare with the tariffs. So they were trying to ship a mass quantity of stuff into the U.S. before the tariffs set in and sell it via local sellers so that they can float until the tariff situation got resolved, which it now has been, for the most part. Now, what I think is happening is I think they're using an extreme form of JIT production. You know, JIT is just-in-time production, JIT. So what that means is, okay, you order one of my flashlights. I receive your order. I take the flashlight, I put it in a box, and I send it to you. That's normal production, right? So I have to order or build enough of these in advance to cover my anticipated orders. Well, JIT processing would mean I have no flashlights in stock. You order the flashlight, then I order all the parts needed for it, and I print out the parts needed for it, and I tell you, okay, this is a pre-order, it's going to take a longer time. I get all of these parts in, and then I send them to you. I think that's what they're doing. I think when I order these pants, he doesn't have any. Like I order one of these shirts, I think the seller doesn't have any shirts. What they have is, okay, I can get these shirts from these sellers, from these retailers. Hey, James White. So I think I place the order with the local seller. The local seller then places the order with China, with their sources in China. And because I'm ordering so many, 4, 5, 6 pairs, it's probably coming from different sources in China. And that's why they set it up as a pre-order, because they need time for these things to get here to the U.S. for them to then package them up and send them to me. This is kind of like, I think it's kind of like a kludge to, okay, now I'm a local seller, but now the tariffs aren't a problem anymore, so I don't have to order $10,000 worth of stock and hope I sell it all. I can just order from China and then ship it to you once I get it. And, of course, after I add my little markup to it. So I think what's happening is that at a certain date, the seller realizes I have to ship this customer's order now, or I'm going to get penalized by Temu, by the marketplace. But I haven't gotten all 6 items in yet. I've only gotten 3 of them. Okay, ship the 3. So they shipped the 3. Yeah, it was OBS. When I rebooted OBS, it went away instantly. So something happened with that instance of OBS, and it just got real pissed off. Oh, I forgot to tell Michelle that I'm online. Forward. Michelle. Yeah, I wasn't able to go see Michelle yesterday because she tested positive for COVID. So I can't risk bringing that home and getting sick. She's going to get a proper test either today or tomorrow, because sometimes that quickie test is a false positive. but she's also got, coughing and a scratchy throat, so it probably is. But she's had COVID before, and she's been vaccinated, so it should be pretty mild. Now I'm going to check in to see if I need a booster update just to be safe, because I know if for up to 10 days she could be contagious, and I want to go see her next week. I don't want to go 2 weeks without seeing her, so I'm going to check in and see if I can get my booster. Yeah, COVID's going to be a regular thing now, like the cold. It's going to have variants every year, and so they're going to have to update the vaccine every year, just like the flu vaccine. Same thing. The So I think what's happening is they haven't gotten all the items I've ordered in from China yet, so they can't ship them to me. But if they wait any longer, they get penalized by Temu, so they just ship whatever they got. Oh wow, that sucks. Did your kidney recover? I think isn't kidney one of no, I know the liver can grow back. Can the kidney grow back? Can the kidney recover from damage? Good. Um so he ships out what he's got and then figures, okay, well, I'm just going to get a refund from Temu. The problem is, what if Temu decides to question me saying stuff is missing? I was like, that's a problem because you're now placing the onus of responsibility on me if Temu decides I'm the problem. So I found a way around it. You want to fuck with me? I'll fuck with you. I know how to screw you because now I'm going to make you ship them to me one pair at a time, and I'm not going to pay you shipping. So if you log into the Temu app on the phone, they have little games you can play, and one of them is called Farmland, which I do because I get free stuff. It's annoying, but it only takes like 6-7 minutes a day. It's less than 10 minutes. And so who cares? After a couple of months, I get some free stuff. And but you also get little bonuses, offers, coupons, stuff like that. And one of the things that they have is I try to never order on Temu unless I'm getting something for free. Because there's always a way to get something for free. Always. Whether it be a coupon off or a free item, there's always a way to get something for free on Temu. And so I try not to place an order unless I'm getting something for free. So they have this little thing in the game called free item. It's at the bottom. It's a little gift box, little pink and blue gift box says free item. What you do is you click on that, and then they present you with a screen of items, and you pick one, okay, and you get that for free. Now, of course, it's not truly free. It is free, but it's free with purchase. Now, here's the thing: the way that they do that is that, hey, I'm on my stream, but if it's real quick, I can do it. Yes, I got it. Oh, I found out why I couldn't do the Sam's Club gas. They tried to charge $75. Yeah, their looks like their authorization holds $75. I was like, fuck me. I gotta try it with my other bank card because I think my other bank card handles that differently. Because I noticed when I go to Circle K, same thing happens, declines. I have to go inside and prepay. But when I use my Sunward card, it doesn't do that. So I'm wondering if they handle that authorization charge differently or not. Yeah, and see what happens when I try it again. And also let me know when you have some time available later on today. We'll get the app installed on your phone and see if you can log into Sam's. Yeah, because with the gas, you just you scan the QR code at the gas station and you just pump the gas. So there's no people there. So all right, bye. Um, so now the way they do with order is a minimum order amount. So your free item, you have to order, $10 worth of stuff, $30 worth of stuff, $60 worth of stuff. How much do you have to order? Well, it depends on the value of the free item. The cheaper the free item, the the lower the minimum purchase value you need. So I try to pick something that's under $2 because that always gets to my minimum purchase to around $5 or $10, which is enough for one shirt or one pair of pants. So for example, when I got this shirt, I got this ring as a free item. It's just a cutesy little fairy, wood elf, whatever, nature style ring. But it's just a cute little ring. And I got that for free. And I got the shirt, which I paid normal price for. But here's the kicker. Here's the cool part. When you do the free item game thing, there's no shipping, even if it comes from a local seller. So that process waives the $2.99 shipping fee. So now this seller that I get my stuff from, every couple of days, I'll pick a free item and pick one pair of pants or a shirt, and then now they can't game it. They can't screw around with the shipping anymore because the shipping is one item. What are you gonna do? Ship 0 items? That ain't gonna fly. Even if they tried to ship one item, all they have to do is look at the tracking and see weight, 0 kilograms. Well, you shipped nothing. So that's what I do now to get around that problem. I want to subvert the problem before it becomes a problem. Oh. But yeah, it's I know what they're doing. I think I know what they're doing, and I think I know why they're doing it. And I don't necessarily have a problem with that. But don't shift the problem to me. All right? Ship a partial order and mark it as partially shipped. And then ship the rest of it when you get it. If there's a problem with penalties from Temu, then negotiate your contract with Temu to solve that problem. Don't make it my problem. Okay, that's the only thing that I don't want. Just don't make it my problem. So I got that ring as a free item. This is another free item I got. Just for let's turn this light off. There. This is kind of cute. I just thought it was cute. You just got to pick something that's worth less than $2 to keep the minimum order amount low. Unless you're ordering more than that, then you could pick a nicer free item. Now, if you know you're going to order $30 or $40 worth of stuff, then you could probably pick a $5 or $6 free item. But you game it. You play the game and you work around the problem. Now, here's the cool thing that I got. I got the boards. So that is the little USB PD boards. Yeah, there it is. So what is all this text on the back? It's Chinese, so I can't read any of that. Theoretically, this is super simple. Battery positive, battery negative. That's it. You're done. Nothing else to do. It has a USB-C bidirectional, 22.5 watt. USB-A, I'm assuming 2.4 amp. And it's got a button, I'm guessing, to display. I'm hoping that maybe this button is also an activation button, meaning if I disconnect power and then reconnect power, can I press and hold this button to reactivate the system? If I can, then I can get rid of this PD trigger on here and get rid of the power draw from that PD trigger. I won't need that anymore because we can use the port on here. Now, the thing is, though, I might want to leave that PD trigger in there because it does have advantages. First of all, with that PD trigger, I can charge 25 watts into this thing with the appropriate power supply. The advantage of that is I can charge it and use it at the same time. Basically, pass-through charging. Because even if I can get rid of that PD trigger, I still need the BMS. Because the LEDs run off the direct voltage of the battery. They don't run off 5 volts. And I do not see a battery output, a power output on this board anywhere. I mean, I could do pass through from the battery, but then I'm bypassing the BMS and defeating the point. I need the BMS in the chain so that it does not undervolt if the power gets too low. So I would need, wait a minute. What is that? I need to take a good picture of this board. See what it is I'm looking at. Let's get a really high res picture. This thing. Turn off the flash. Give me a little zoom. Okay. Let's share this. Drive. Temp. So I can bring it up on the PC so you guys can see it. Hey, Michelle. There's the kitties. There's Ender. There's Nosy. So there's the 2 kitties. They're curled up on my blanket. I scared the shit out of Ender. I grabbed a pair of pants from the dryer. They're like leggings, stretchy pants kind of thing, so they're really light. They don't take a lot of space. So I just threw them on the bed. And I guess Ender, who was on the floor, he saw this. He didn't see me throw the pants. So he just saw this shadow of something pass over his head. And it triggered his fight or flight response. He freaked, jumped over here, hauled ass under the bed. And he comes out from under the bed and he's looking up like, what the hell was that? It was so funny. Oh, cats are awesome. I love cats. Oh my god. Yeah, the only reason for them to require you to update the driver software is if this is for Space Desk, I just downloaded the updated version, is if they want to make sure that at some point they could take back the software from you if they decide to make it not free or something like that. I can't think of any other legitimate reason to do that. Unless it is using the server somehow, but I don't see how it is. And well, if it's using a server, then they would have regular updates. The fact that it's set to expire at the end of the year tells me there's nefarious purposes for that. And I really don't like that. I really hate when. What are you gonna download? There it is. Okay, let's switch view. Desktop. Let's put this in the corner so I can grab it. I need to swap these so I can see. I don't know what this is. What's XDL? What's this? I thought this was a plus and minus, but it's not. Here's battery positive and negative. I mean, in theory, I could tap off the USB positive and negative, but then I would need another circuit board to bring the 5-volt USB down to 3 volts that the LED expects. I wish there was a straight like battery output so I could use the battery output but still go through the BMS. Why are you hassling me? Stop moving. but I do not see. Oh, of course, that's how it works. Son of a bitch. I click it and then it moves. And so I'm actually clicking somewhere else. I hate that so much. Oh boy, do I hate that. It did it again. I tried to click it twice and it shifts. It keeps shifting it. It keeps moving it. Need this. I don't see a pass through anywhere. I believe this is positive and negative 5 volts right here. So I could do that. But the BMS board is so cheap that's probably better off just keeping a separate BMS board. Meaning the circuitry to change from 5 volts to 3 volt probably costs more than just using the BMS. Yeah, I don't see nothing. I don't know what these are. What's this pad here for? What's this pad here for? There's 2 pads. There's one there and one there, but I have no idea what they're for. I'll have to probe them when I have power connected. Because I cannot find the other battery. It's like, where is the battery? I mean, it has to be here somewhere. It's really aggravating me that I can't find this battery. In here? It is. It's in here. Of course it is. Oh, you bastard. You filthy snake. Of course you're there. uh... Oh, wait a minute. I don't know which is which. That's right, because these are not marked. XCL used to be for data log. Yeah, that's what I figured. I figured these were test ports for them to diagnose and program. That's what I figured that was. Because there's 4 of them, 2 there and 2 there. They probably have a jig where they can plug this thing in, and it probably taps into those diagnostic ports and allows them to make sure everything's okay and working the way it's supposed to. That makes sense. Okay, 3.3. This is negative. Okay. Let's put this back on here. Let's use my new thumb drives, wing nuts that I have. Now I know the wing nut is negative. Yeah. Right. That's positive. solder. I also, if these boards work out well, I want to make my own power bank using 2 of these batteries, so 128 watt hour power bank, and I'm going to have 4 of these boards connected to these 2 batteries. So I'll have a 128 watt power bank capable of putting out 22.5 watt high-speed charging 4 times simultaneously. So you can plug 4 high-speed devices into this and charge them all. Because most devices don't give you that. Most devices, you get 1 high-speed port, and then you get a low-speed port. I want to have 4 high-speed ports and 4 low-speed ports that you can use all simultaneously. Sure, it'll only run for about an hour and 15 minutes, but that's enough to charge up all 4 devices. The trick is, are these holes big enough to allow the insertion of this wire? I don't think so. Nope. Not even close. Okay. So I would like to do pass-through, but they tell you to use 20 gauge wire on this, and they don't make the hole big enough. Unless, again, let me double check that. Check this wire. This is 20 gauge wire. At least it's supposed to be. Come on. Yeah, I signed up for a Sam's Club membership. I can't see the chat. There it is. How long will that device recharge, though? I don't understand. How long will the device run, or how long will it take to recharge my battery once it's depleted? I guess I could just answer both questions. How long will it run? Depends on how much power you're drawing from it. It's going to have 128 watt hours of power. And if I plug in 4 22.5 watt connections, that's 90 watts. Well, my battery will be able to recharge at 22.5 watts. So that's 6 hours for full recharge. Now the question is, can I plug, since I'm going to have 4 of these connected to it, can I plug in 2 22.5 watt chargers and recharge it at 45 watts? I don't know. I have no idea if that would work or not. Good question. I guess I'm going to find out at some point. I don't know how that works. Because it's a negotiated connection, plugging in a second one might cause a change to the data that the other one receives, and it might interrupt the process. I'm not sure. There's actually a video I gotta watch on YouTube. A guy who this does not look like 20 gauge wire. It looks too thin. I cannot fucking read that. These have proper strippers now. They seem to work really well. Well, the problem is Sam's Club pizza costs more than Domino's. That's the only problem I have with Sam's Club pizza. It's $9 for Sam's Club pizza. It's $8 for Domino's pizza, and Domino's is right here. um, Costco pizza was pretty good. It was $8, so about the same as Domino's. But it was okay. It wasn't great. I got a rotisserie chicken though. That was pretty good. Okay, that fits. Barely. Okay. Let's get the soldering iron going. Here's my I can solder all goddamn day battery. Literally solder all goddamn day. Like, I don't think I can kill this battery in an entire day. Oh, for a slice. Well, I'm not going to go to Sam's Club that often just because it's far away. I got the membership just for the gas. Because the gas is 46 cents per gallon cheaper than other gas stations in the area. At that delta, I only have to buy 58 gallons of gas to break even on the membership fee. And there's a Sam's Club gas station right behind Spanish Trails where Michelle's staying. But there's also other benefits. Some of the staple food items that I buy regularly, butter, oatmeal, cheese, pepperoni, they are substantially cheaper at Sam's. Like the oatmeal that I buy, the big 54 count box is like $20 to $25 for a case. At Sam's Club, it's 11. That's a big price difference. Meat is cheaper, cheese is cheaper, eggs is about the same price, milk is about the same price. But yeah, substantial difference. Like, wow, difference. Okay. Let's try not to get solder on my shirt this time. Mm-hmm. Good solder. Now for the negative, which does not have to be as long. Yeah, I know. I have a couple of little magnetic clippy things. I just gotta find them. It's a good solder joint. That does not want to go in there. This is not clean. That's clean. Oh. There we go. That's a clean insertion. Now the nice thing about this is only 2 connections to solder. That's it. You're done. 2 connections, you're done. But I would still need to do all my other connections. Nice. And snip off the excess, which I can barely freaking see. That's it. 2 solder joints. That should be it. Okay. This one does have dimples for crimping. And that did not work. That did not work at all. Why didn't that work? Did I crimp it in the wrong spot? What was that? Oh, this. Why isn't that working? I mean, this should be a simple crimp. Am I not crimping it hard enough? Even that doesn't feel very good. Like I'm crimping the shit out of it. This just doesn't work. Unless this is too big. This wire too small. Maybe I need more wire. This battery, yes. Try that. Fold the wire over. The wire might be too thin. This is the smallest size, though. Of course, now that doesn't want to go through at all. whole point of using a crimp is to avoid soldering. Yeah, it's not crimping. I don't know if I'm just doing it wrong or... These are supposed to be shrink. That does not look like it's shrinking. Oh, there it goes. With a lot more heat. I don't think it's going to shrink enough. Trying to use a soldering iron to shrink it. I don't think it's going to shrink enough. Grab it. Not for a reliable connection. Yeah, that's not really... Well, it kind of is. I think I'm still going to hit it with some solder. I just do not like that connection. All right. What did I do with the solder? Did I drop it? There it is. Yep. Hit it with some solder too. Now that's on there solid. Yeah, I gotta find different connectors. These are not working right. Well, no, what I need is my hot air station. That's the correct way to do it. I just don't have it handy right now. All right. Give it a little crimp. The idea is I want to make this as serviceable without tools as possible. So yeah, you'll have to solder and crimp to build it, but once it's built, you should be able to service it from then on without needing any tools. That's why I want to use crimp-on connectors. That's why I want to use the wing nuts. Okay, that looks like it's shrinking down nicely. Nice. Okay, that actually worked really well. That actually worked nice and clean. So it's soldered, crimped, and heat shrunk tube. This has got adhesive inside, I believe. Definitely going to want a slightly fatter wire. Okay. Let's unscrew it. Let's do double wing nuts. They don't cost that much. All right, go feed your printers. Hungry, hungry printers. And that does fit perfectly. Oh, just barely. Okay. Oh, can I get away without using the nut at all? Just use the wing nut? Yes. Yep, that works fine. Let me double check the polarity again before I connect this and blow it up. Yes. That's positive. This is negative. Okay. That should be it. Says 70%. Okay. Now, let's see what happens when I plug in high-speed charger. Actually, I want to use my little gizmo. See how much power is going out. Uh-oh. Where's my gizmo? There it is. Nope. It's a battery. Drivers. Paddleboard. Switches. Tire plugs. Screws. Where is the little board? The battery. Where's my little board at? Oh, I don't know what that was. Not there. It's not there. Oh man, I don't know what I did with it. Probably sitting in this mess somewhere. There it is. A little gadget so I can see how much power we're actually pushing. Come on. You have to pass through everything else. You have to pass through everything else. What is connecting and disconnecting? Connect. All right. It indicates charging. I have a green, assuming that means high power. We are pushing 9 volts, 2 amps, 17.4 watts. Wonder why it's only getting 17. This is capable of pushing 65, and this should accept 22.5. Maybe it has to work its way up? I don't know. Yeah, it hasn't gone past 17.8 watts. I mean, that's still fine, but I was hoping to see 20 watts. Ooh, this board puts out a little bit of heat. I mean, I wouldn't call it hot, but it definitely gets warm. That little pattern in there gets warm. So it might be worth putting a heatsink underneath here. So get one of those little tiny little stick-on heat sinks. That might actually be worth grabbing one of those and thickening this up so I can have space for a little heat sink in there. Okay. Now, can I pull power at the same time as I'm pushing power? Like, does this allow pass-through charging? What did I use the micro USB charger for? Oh, my speaker. That's right, it's out in the car. Yeah, it's not getting hot, just warm. I do like the idea of limiting it to, 20 watts, so that I can guarantee it's not going to get too hot. But yeah, that'll be it. It'll sit like that. And the big one will have 2 of these batteries and 4 of these boards. do anything? No. Now why did it go down to 5 volts? Oh. There's 9 volts. Oh, I can switch modes. Wasn't that interesting? I can actually force it to put out 5 volts. Or to accept 5 volts. And if I double tap, it goes back to 9 volts. Well, isn't that interesting? What is reconnecting on this computer? Something is connecting and reconnecting. I have no idea what it is. I got the boards in yesterday. So this morning I started printing the enclosure for it. We'll find out in a minute if it fits. And now the wire's getting hot. Nope. And looks like the wires can handle it. But it's doing that. It keeps, you probably hear it. It's playing the like a USB device is connecting and disconnecting. It's charging. It's at 73%. Now, if if the ability of the wires to handle the wattage is an issue. Oh, I don't know. Let's find out. I know I'm currently at $1,071 in revenue. So I'm almost halfway to the $85. There's a big day right there. There's a big day at 25. Looks like Silk PLA, computer speakers, Logitech wireless mouse, and somebody bought a beautiful battery. This was a big one. Somebody bought an Anker Solix 2 kilowatt hour. Nice. That's a nice power station. Okay, so on the 4th, looks like portable camera, any cubic hot end mounting, deeply rapid, a food scale. Here's a food scale. Is that what you got? 11-pound kitchen scale. Forgot I can't use the back button. Then on the 5th, looks like the zipper bag. I got 0 for that. Cable matters, wires, and some eSun PLA. Then yesterday, magnetic nasal strips, doorknob, smart scale for body weight. I got 0. Yeah, so looks like they're not letting me get anything from you. I don't know why. Oh, December 10th. That's a long time ago. Hang on. Let's see. Ready. Next. December 10th, 68 bucks. Looks like power adapter, vitamin B12, vitamin D3. And then the next day, the 11th, looks like memory, Enfane memory, 6mm tape, battery operated widget, single cord sock, top ramen soup, yum. Popcorn salt, chunky chili beans, Velveeta shells. If I go to earnings, it'll probably be the 11th. Vitamin D3, I got 10 cents for that. A journal, Minecraft. 12th. I got the Campbell's chunky top ramen. Get vitamin B12, single cord sock aid helper. Carry assisted folding knife, memory cards. Yeah. Yeah. Looks like it. Nothing you can do about it. I appreciate the effort, man. Yeah, I think I'll put a little heat sink on the bottom of this, but otherwise I'm happy with that. Might as well let it charge while we're printing. Put this someplace not going to short. Okay, this I can turn off. I need that to be running. Coca-Cola vanilla. I do like the creamy vanilla better than the regular vanilla. I gotta get my hot air station out for these. These will probably shrink a lot better with the hot air station. Let's see. This is almost done printing this part. And then we'll be able to see if it fits. I mean, to convert this over to using the USB charging will be as simple as I already modified this for 2 channels for the wire. So I can run wires both directions. Because what we'll have to do is we'll have to run power to both pieces. Power to the USB thing in the end here, and power to the BMS in the top end of the flashlight. I think I'll leave the PD trigger since it only costs $1. And that will allow you to charge from this end, but power from this end. So you'll be able to charge and power at the same time without using up any of your ports. Because if you plug in your USB-C here, then you can't charge. Or you can't power because you're using it to charge. You can use the A port, theoretically. We need to test that. Can you draw power at the same time as you're giving power? Here's a cord. Let's see if it will permit us to do. Putting 9 volts, 17 watts. Happens when I do this. Oh, dumped right down to 5 volts. Although it's doing 5 volts at 4 amps, so it's still pulling 18 watts. So it does let me charge and use it at the same time. Although 4 amps at 5 volts is probably going to make these wires a little warmer. Let's see if they get warm. But yeah, it's letting me do it. That's a good thing. I'd much rather run at 9 volts though, because that's only 2 amps. And I do have 2 of these. What I'll probably do is I'll probably get the order these in such a way that only one of them has a screen. Get the other ones without the screen, just because less power. But yeah, I definitely want to try making my own power bank with 4 of these bad boys in it. I just think that'd be fun. Because it's doing it again. What's connecting and disconnecting? It's not the camera. It's not the mouse. Something else is connecting and disconnecting. Hey. Wires are still cool. Now the question is, can those wires handle 45 watts? Can those wires handle 4 amps at 9 volts? If they can, then we're good to go. One battery will run 2 of them, the other battery will run 2 of them, and oh yeah, the display just did its thing again. I don't know what it's doing. And then oh, I bet you it's this. Yeah. Yep. This keeps trying to connect and reconnect. This keeps trying to connect. I realized that when I saw the screen shift. And then I'm going to have a wire going from battery to battery, so the batteries will self-balance. So charge them both up to 100% and then short them so that they balance each other. Then as far as output, I have multiple options. I can either have 2 of them running off of one battery, 2 of them running off the other battery, and let the battery self-balance. I could also run 4 sets of wires, which will reduce the load on each set of wires. For a flashlight, that's not necessary. But for my 4-way power bank, it might be, just to balance out the power consumption, power usage. It'll also be interesting to see, would these be enough? I'm pretty sure these are 20 gauge. No, these are 22 gauge. I think I can get these in 20 gauge. But also, that's PVC. These are supposed to be silicone. Why do they make the text so damn small? JST, cable connector, 2-pin, inline, plug jack. Two-wire plug jack connectors, LED lamp strips. I thought I ordered. No, I ordered 22 because I only need 20 going from the battery to the BMS. From the BMS to everything else, we're talking 1 or 2 watts. So 22 is plenty. But if I can get these in 20 gauge, but these were supposed to be silicone. That's not silicone. That's PVC sheet. It's definitely not silicone. Let me double check. Yeah, that's PVC. Silicone's much more flexible. I'd rather have silicone. But then again, with the power bank, I only need to solder one connection, so. Come on. How much more do you gotta go? Let's see. Let's go back to here. I still need to make an insert for here. Let's see. I could probably do that now. Control D. Up. Oh, work plane's in the wrong place. What's this? Why is this here? Oh. There we go. Stop. Now what's it doing? Come on. Give me it. Gimme, gimme, gimme. There it is. Now I can select all this crap. Go away. Go away. So this will be my plug. Stop using red. And what I'll do is, let's make it Why did you do that? Because the hitbox is right behind it. That's why. That's why I did that. Because the hitbox is right behind it. 35. That shrinks it just a tiny bit. So all I have to do is print this hollow with nothing in it. And I'll have to wait until I have the unit installed so I can see how deep I need to make this. Let's call this plug. Export STL. How big do I think I'm going? I don't know. There's no way to know until after it's done. Oh, yes, there is. I have a board right here. I have a tape measure right here. I can get an approximation. All right, the USB-A port is the tallest item. That is 6 millimeters. Okay. So that means I should be able to put this here, this here, you, and chop you. Then we take this, 14, so that's 8 millimeters. Okay. So that means the plug is going to be 8, so let's call it 7 millimeters. Since we want it slightly recessed, take this, lift it, 7 millimeters. Do that, and we do that. There. So I print that with like, I don't know, 2 or 3 bottom layers in transparent. And worst case scenario, I can even put a hole in it where the LED matrix will be, so that you'll be able to read the display. Okay. Export HDL. So like 4 perimeters to make it nice and stiff. And that'll just friction fit in the end of the cap. Yeah. To close off this and hopefully still be thin enough to allow you to read display. Now, in theory, I might actually be able to bend this display up and sideways so it shines out the side. That theoretically is possible. I don't know if I can actually bend it that far without breaking it. For now, I'm going to leave it alone. It's almost done printing this part. We're 85% on that. Chilly. Next few days going to be cold. I did that and cheese at night. I'm taking this thing and clean that printer up. Now, eventually I could make the plug solid so it's stiffer, and then just have a cavity so it's just bottom layers where the LCD display is, so you can LED display, so you can read the LED display. That might work too. That would be as simple as nope, I didn't want to do that. Actually, I went too far. Why won't you move? There we go. Control D. I should be able to take this, drop it, take these two, align, center, center. Take this, hide it. This, break it. Right. Keep this. Take you. Make you taller. Bring you back. There we go. That's where the display goes. What I could do is I can make this, say, 14 wide. No, do it differently. Let's just do this. 42. Not enough. It's only 13. 46. That's big enough. Okay. Now we want to lift this up. We're doing 0.3. We're going to lift this up 0.6. 0.6. Hollow. And then this. Okay. It did not like that overhang at all. Here's the... And I'm not even showing you my desktop because I'm dumb. Yes, JST connector leads. Why are you doing this to me? Just do what I say. While it did not like the overhangs, it did print. Question is, are the connections big enough? Okay. That's going to be a big one there. Ooh, nice fit. Not enough, though. Oh. Now, are they not pushed in all the way, or... No, that feels like it's in all the way. So my tolerances just aren't tall enough. See, the port doesn't quite line up. Same with that one, almost lines up. So that one I'm just going to widen and make taller. This one actually needs to be moved up. And the hole for the switch also needs to be moved up. Yep. Okay. That's how that'll fit in there. Of course, before you do that, you'll have to you'll screw this half into the other half. That is the threaded part of that. I did not successfully print the holes. I guess 2 millimeters is too small, but it being TPU, I should be able to thread these right into that. Okay. Yeah, those holes are just not there. They line up right, but they're not there. Which means I'm going to have to make those holes bigger. Now, the question is, will these thread at all? Let's find out. Whatever. On there. Which means it has to be here somewhere. There it is. Oh, it is going in. Sort of. Yep. That works. Yeah, you can get them in both PVC and silicone. I thought I ordered silicone, but those that I have feel like PVC. Okay. That works. I just have to shift the holes. So that one needs to be shifted up. They all need to be shifted up. Yeah. Everything needs to be shifted up about 2 millimeters. A little more than 2 millimeters, actually. But yeah, the screws, and I could probably get away with just using 2 screws. That feels very solid. Then you can see your battery connection wires are right there. So I'm going to take this hole, I'm going to shift it up this way a little bit. And those wires will come straight through. Okay. I'm happy with that. Just got to tweak it. And then the plug will just plug into here. And we're doing that. This. Make that transparent. So the idea is this cavity right here will be right above the LED display. So just by looking in there, you should be able to read the display when it's charging. Okay. Now, can I get a read on how far I have to go up? Looks like 4 millimeters to me. So what I might do is move it up 4 millimeters and then also stretch it 1 millimeter. Left to right could be widened a tiny bit. So I'm going to add a millimeter to the left and right. Yeah. Boy, that looks like more like 5 millimeters for the plug. So I might make the plug actually 5 millimeters. Sticking my tape measure in here. I'm looking at more like 5, not 7. So this is sitting prouder than I thought it was. Okay. 1%. And even though it'll cost more, I'll have to raise the price. I might be able to include the battery with the short kits. I found a better deal on the batteries. I can get the batteries for $10 each if I buy like 6 at a time. So I might sell one and use the money from that to buy the batteries and then sell the rest because I have 2 batteries. I'd rather have everything complete so you don't have to go hunting down the battery. Let's clean up this plug. Okay. So I should be able to just do this and do this. 4.5. That is so not what I asked you to do. Make that 4.5 and then rejoin. And I could also just make that a hole all the way through. We'll see. It's not like it's watertight. In fact, yeah, let's just do that. Why dick with this? Oh, you son of a bitch. Just go all the way through. There. Just go all the way through. Let's do this. Show in folder. Let's delete these 2. And export this. Okay. Okay. Let's hide this. Start taking this apart. Let's do this, 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 this. Shift it down a little bit. Now we know it's penetrating all the way through. We know they're in the right spot. Join those together as a group. These already a group? Nope. Okay. Let's join those as a group. Right, disconnect. Right. I do want to change this. But if I change this, I got to change on that too. Okay. Let's move it 1 millimeter that way. That's already a group. This. Now we take this. We move it 1 millimeter out. That way we retain symmetry. Okay. So now our symmetry is maintained. Okay. Now we split this again. That is the recessed holes for that. Which means these and these can be joined. Okay. Let's disassemble again. Okay, that's just where we split it. Let's do this again. Now what do we get? We got those. We don't need those. Yeah, I don't need those anymore. I'll do the same over there. Okay, let's split again. There, now we're starting to get the parts. Split. Okay. Now, let's do... Why do we have that? I want to get this combined. There we go. Good. All right. So now what I need to do is take this, this, and this, and raise it 4 millimeters. 4. Oh, I didn't get them all. I have 2 more holes I need to get. There it is. Okay. Now I can grab these. Join. Okay. There it is. Take this and this, and we raise it 4 millimeters. Let's join them. Let's expand them. Let's go 7. Then go this way. 7.5. Okay. All right. That should now align. Let's make this a little bit taller. 11 tall. Make this a little taller. Make it 8 tall. That should do it. Okay, let's try it. You, and you. Join with you. You and you. Join. Okay. Now, all of you should be able to join. One step. Okay. That should be improved clearance. I do not like this. Why is that like that? Okay. That's how that goes together. This goes away. Okay. Now let's modify this. This. You know something? I'm going to leave that alone. Just going to deal with it. Rather than having to take this all apart again. There's no reason. It's all hidden. It's all inside. Gonna leave it alone. Yep. Okay, so did I download the cat plug? Yes. This is cap 1. This is cap 2. %. No heating. At 99%, I'm still getting 9 volts, 15 watts. Not overheating. Good. So you're going to get your USB charging, Cassandra. I think this will work fine. Let me check chat since I can't see it on a separate screen. Go away. And that'll work. 20 gauge. They're only 6 inches though. So these are what, 10 centimeter? They're a little on the short side. If you can find the 20 millimeter, that's even better. Oh no, it's 15 centimeter. It's probably enough. Yeah, these are just handy. I use these for everything. They are very handy to have. Like, put 17 amps into this thing? No way. That can't be right. It's saying I put 17,000 milliwatt hours. Who the hell wants milliwatt hours? Two amp hours. Okay. PV milliamp hour, 1937. So I should be able to use this to test capacity of these batteries. Although it's ridiculous no matter what. Okay. Any other changes that I need to make? So to install this, all I need to do is run a set of these 22 gauge wires, the length of the flashlight, to the BMS. No, it has its own BMS. So I just run it directly to the battery. So that's easy. So 2 pieces of wire right to the batteries, positive and negative. It has its own BMS. Then you'll be able to charge either with the PD trigger or with the 22.5 watt board. In theory, since each will have its own set of wires running to the battery, there's no overload risk of plugging a charger into both ports. Yeah. Theoretically, you should be able to plug this into both ends of the battery, meaning you can charge this up even faster by plugging in 2 USB chargers. One going to the PD trigger and one going to the PD board on the bottom. And I think that should work. It's actually fast. Can I connect 2 BMS boards to one battery? Huh? Can I connect 2 chargers to one battery? Stupid. Ow. Yeah. start charging the stuff. I tried with 5 volts, but that's not how it comes. Fine. Let's go ahead and put this on each. And this one cell is 5. Check out the charger. And so 0.9 amps. 7. Oh, happens. Almost 2 amps exactly, and it's kind of slowly. It's definitely charging itself. My initial idea was others voltage and then for all the way. And so down to looks like it might work. I guess I'll have to risk blowing one up and find out. That would be pretty handy to be able to boost it faster if you need to. Or if you have 2 slow chargers and you want to get a bit more charging speed out of it. Like, for example, maybe you only have 2 5-volt 1-amp chargers or 2 5-volt 2-amp chargers. Then you can plug both of those in and you'll be able to get a faster charge. So that might work. Oh man, is it cold. My feet are cold because I didn't get no socks on. That was dumb. This works good. This is a freebie item I got on Temu. You pick a free item, and I had to order like $40 for the stuff. But yeah, that works good. I have no problems with it. I would still like something a little more compact, something a little more. This is just big. No, it's just bigger than it needs to be. Fine. Problem. Let's slice up new files. So that you guys see what I'm doing. Okay. Gotta get rid of. That's that one. Is that one, huh? There we go. Those. There, that'll work. Okay. Set 0. It's going to go here. Models, none, plug. Right, infill. 20% is fine. Let's do 3 perimeters. Yeah. Should be fine. So that one, that one, that one. Actually, that one should not need any bottom layers. Why waste it? Sequential. Okay. Actually, maybe I'll increase the infill and get rid of the top and bottom layers. Let's go infill 25%. Let's do honeycomb. Just because it's pretty. Yeah. Oh, I forgot to turn off top layers. Because by getting rid of top layers, it'll allow it to air cool. Much better. Oh yeah, that looks good. That'll be nice and squishy. This will allow us to read the display cleanly, and this will provide good stiffness, but also allow air cooling. So now it can breathe. Okay. Okay. Although this one, I should do at 0.2 for those overhangs. Let's do the whole thing at 0.2. Also want to lower the 93 on that. No, it's printing good at 94. Leave it alone. Don't screw with it if it's working fine. Cap. Yes. Save factory file as USB cap. Okay. I might have to revise it again, but all these standoffs will also allow a little bit of air breathing underneath it. I might put a little cavity in here and put one of those little heat sinks. Show you what I'm talking about. They're super cheap too. These things, little heat sinks like that. Actually, that's not bad. 100 of them for $12. Wow! What's that? Oh, it's got some copper heat sinks too. Yeah, the idea is you take one of these little tiny heat sinks, even these little flat ones here, these little flat copper ones, would probably be enough to provide enough of a sink. Yeah. Uh-huh. That'll work. Come on. Stop it. Yeah, there you go. Little, either those or those right there. Yeah. And I'll look for a bulk order of those. That probably wouldn't be a bad idea to have a little tiny heatsink just to take up some of that load. I can get just these. Because that's I just need these. It's not like there's going to be a whole lot of air movement. I just need more mass to dump heat into. Well, let's go to AliExpress. Wait a minute. I can do this. Come on. That's all I need. Screenshot. You. Go. Camera. Upload. There it is. There we go. Oh, come on. I want 100 of them. I want the 3M tape too. Hmm. Why are they so expensive? It's because it's a stupid little kit. Getting you for the kit. Just want the one. I want this with the thermal compound. I mean, I could use these. I mean, this would work, but I would prefer it with the compound already on it. So just slap it on and done. I don't have to fight with it. Boy, that really gets up there going to 1 millimeter. Jesus. Now, that doesn't make any sense. This is 0.5 millimeter. This is 1 millimeter. It's double the material. It should be double the price, not 5 times the price. That's weird. So I'd go with the 0.5 millimeter. That's stupid to pay 5 times the price for the same thing. Why? You pay 14 bucks and just use 2. How about we also add 3M? See, I want that thermal pad. Oh, pad. Oof, that's expensive. That's the really annoying part is you can get these for pennies. It's just a matter of finding them. Like I know what I need's available for like next to nothing. I just gotta find it. Oh, this includes all these sizes. 0.1, 0.3, 0.5, 0.8, and 1. But you can see that this is obviously much cheaper than the other one. There's 50 pieces for $3. Yeah, see, even though I'd rather use copper, I'm probably better off doing something like this. Oh, so if I pick silver, it's cheaper. So yeah, 9 by 9 millimeter, 5 millimeter thick. So I'd have to put a little hole in the bottom of the cavity just to hold that. But if I did it right, if the tolerances were right, when you screw down the board, it would press right into that heatsink, and that would give you a little bit of cooling. Where is that pad? Inside here. I gotta figure out where that pad is on the other side. But yeah, that'll work. Actually, no, it's okay because the only change I made was the location of the thing, so I can just let this print. Yeah, I'm okay with this. So yeah, this is probably what I'd go with. That's 50 of them. Oh, you want me to do that crap, huh? All right, let's get rid of this. Oh. Yep. Add. Now, let me see. Did I screw up my order? Is? Oh, I did not get the silicone. Yeah, I screwed that up. Okay. Yeah, that's what I got. Because 50 was cheaper than 100. See how it's only $9.88, while 100 is $25.81. So 2 of these would be less than 20 bucks. 1 of these is 26. So you save $6 by ordering 2 of these. I don't know why they do that. It's like, why? Okay. JST 22. No, let's see. 20 AWG. 20 centimeters. Silicone. I know they're available, but they cost more. That's 18. I don't need 18. Here's silicone. Here's 100 pair silicone. .200 millimeter and 20 gauge. Oof. That's pricey. Oh, it brought me here. It's 22 gauge. How long? You're just not going to tell me how long? You're just going to ignore that? They look very short. I got this too, so I could try making a handheld light using the big emitter. I also got this in to make the dimmable big battery powered one. I'm also trying to think of a use for this. That round heatsink is just really cool. And I'm wondering, can I design something around that? Because that just looks neat. Now I don't have to use these red connectors. I could use a different connector. Are these silicone? No. Yeah, these are not silicone. Let's simplify the search. Okay. All right, 20 centimeter, 22 gauge silicone. I mean, that would work. So that's 50 bucks though. Buy the other ones that are the right connectors. think these are the ones I already checked. Yeah. Ow. Now, interestingly enough, when I stack them, the boys, they're back here. Well, no, took off. It's just Ender now. All right, there's Ender. But that, there, Cassandra. The new battery cap will be, it'll look like this. And the battery cap is split into two. So the other part will attach here. This way, both parts print without support. There will be a plug that'll fit into here. So it'll be hollow. You'll be able to see through it. So it'll be able to breathe. And you'll be able to read a little screen. Then you'll have USB-C and USB-A. And it'll bi-directional 22.5 watt. So you'll be able to charge it at 20 watts and also discharge, fast charge your phone. So that will work well. That's screwed in there. That fit perfect. I just have to adjust the position of these pieces here, which I've already done. And so once this is done printing this, I'll print that other sample. And that'll just be a replacement cap flashlight. I've also redesigned the body of the flashlight to have two channels to run wires, because you're going to have to wire up the BMS for the light, and you're going to have to wire up this. But this is simple. This is just two wires. That is super simple. Literally, it's just two wires. Got the new heat shrink connectors for here, although that's a problem with it sticking out like that. I got to see if I can, I should be able to just bend this. Yeah. There we go. No problem. So that just bends. Because otherwise you won't be able to get it in there. Those might actually not work. I might have to find a different solution for that. As you see, we are charging at 18 watts, 9 volts. We've put 3 amps into this battery so far. See 30%, 6 amps. And then theoretically, this should, as you charge and discharge this a few times, this should auto recalibrate. So eventually this will be correct. Read 100%. And this is not even warm. This is still cold. Okay. Yeah, we can do that. So I will update the model. Oh, it's almost dead center. It's almost dead center. That little heating pad. I'm gonna put a little heat sink in there. Probably doesn't need it. Not a bad idea to have it though. A nice bright screen too. In fact, let's add that real quick. It costs nothing to add a hole for the heatsink. Okay. down. Let's go -3. Let's go -4. Maybe that's too much. -3. Yeah. There. So now we have a cavity here. Your 2 screws will go here, and your heat sink will just sit right here. Then when you screw down the board, it'll squish the heat sink into the thing, and that will secure the heat sink in place. Yeah, that costs nothing. Okay. Now this should alert me. It did not. Okay. Bring it back in. Tap 1. There we go. Save factory. There. Let's move this a little more this way. Yeah. We definitely need a 10 by 10 or smaller because it's got to fit between the 2 screws. That's interesting. We got to make sure that actually fits. I might have to move these screws out. These 2 holes might have to move out so that we have room in here for the heatsink in the middle. Because I'd rather have a hole exactly the size of the heatsink. So you could just drop the heatsink in, drop the part in, screw it in, done. Yeah, I'll think about that. I'm probably gonna have to wait until I make a determination on heat sinks, which I think I did actually. They're 8.8 by 8.8, which means I should just modify this to be 9 by 9. Nine by 9. Line on you, center, center. Yeah, so I do want to move them out a little bit. That's going to take a little work. Exactly. Not really. A little bit further away from the big port. So it's actually a little bit further over here. Yeah, there's the big port. Opposite the big port. Slightly off center. So the reality is, it's about right there. That's about where the heatsink port is, which means I definitely need to move these screws. Not terribly difficult, just annoying. I'll probably have to do is take this one and move it over here, take this one and move it over here a little bit, just to keep the forces even. There might be enough room for you to move it all the way out. Um, okay. So that would have to move the same amount. Now I did kind of prepare for this. This is part of why I was grouping everything. Yeah, see? Now it's going to be a little easier for me to dick with this. Okay. Let's ungroup this. You. Ungroup you. Okay. These grouped. Yes, they are. Okay. You and you. Group. You and you. Group. Now, question is, can we move it enough to do this? Yes. A little sloppy. So let's move it. Um, 6.7. 0.6. There we go. 0.6 doesn't touch. Let's move you. It's okay if this is not exactly right. Move you 1 more millimeter that way. I just need to make sure we have enough meat so that it actually prints a little bit here. Oh no, how much did I move that? Was that 6.6? Oh, I think it was 6.6. Yeah, I think it was 6.6. Six point six. Yeah, 6.6. And this was going to move 0.5. 0.5. Okay. Yeah, that lines up with the port. It does. Centered right on that port. Okay. I should be able to just grab all this. Get going. Good. Now you should just be able to drop your heatsink right in there without it moving around. Although, how thick was that heatsink? It is 5 millimeters. I made the hole 4, which should be enough. But let's double check. How tall did I make these? One millimeter. Actually, with the heat pad, that should be enough. With the thermal pad. Although, let's make sure we do it right. Drop. Okay, let's drop it down. We want to be minus 3.6. So we have a 0.4 millimeter squish factor. Okay. All right. Open you up. I did not open those up yet. Still didn't open those up yet. What the hell? What am I doing here? What am I taking apart? Oh yeah, those changes there. There they are. All right. That. Take you. Move you this way. 6.6. You into a hole. You into a hole. Okay. Now recombine everything. Go. Oh, I should have known that was going to be an issue. I need to fix that. Go 8x8. Six by 6. Okay. This. And then do this. Oh, I didn't switch again. Sorry. Thanks, 3D Medic. Even though you said that 6 minutes ago, I wasn't paying attention. I had to move this screw hole 6.6 millimeters aside to make room for the heatsink that we're going to add. So I had to also move it 6.6 millimeters here. I just did that. But now that one screw hole was inside this wall, so I had to add some meat so that the screw would have something to screw into. Okay. Probably didn't need this much. I don't think it's going to even come through here. I might adjust that later to get rid of that. Yeah, that does it. These holes are just in case the M2 screws that hold the circuit board down go a little too far. So you're not trying to force it through virgin material. And then these two holes are because now the tail cap is 3 pieces. So this is 1 piece, but in order to print it without supports, I cut it in half and you print these 2 halves. This way no supports are required. Then just 2 screws hold these 2 halves together. Then 4 little screws screw this board into this, gives you this. So I had to adjust it because you can see it's off a little bit. So we made those corrections. So these will now be in the correct position. And now we'll be able to charge that 22.5 or 18 watts. That's what I'm getting, but 22 watts bi-directional. So you can now use this to charge your phone, whatever. And then I'm also going to make my own power bank. That's going to use 2 of these batteries and 4 of these boards. So I can charge 4 devices at 20 watts simultaneously. Why? Because I can. So I'm looking at, I can get these heat sinks. There's 50 of them for $9. I only need 1 for each kit. And it already has the double-sided adhesive tape. What you do is you take this little heat sink and you drop it in that little hole right there. Hi. Here's your kitty, Michelle. He's right there. Good boy. Hey. Yeah. Yeah, he's a good boy. He wants to rub his scent all over everything. It's his obsession in life. Rub his scent all over everything. Right, baby? That's your obsession? What I might have to do in order to use these trim connectors, might have to modify. Come on, get. Come on, get. Getting annoying now. I want you to knock. Come on, yeah. I want you knocking everything over. So the question is, can I bend them? Should be able to. Yes. That is an affirmative. Okay. Do is you before you solder it, because it becomes much stiffer once you solder it, you bend it 90 degrees. And now when you put it on the end of the battery, this will go straight up and not interfere with inserting the battery into the flashlight. Okay, so yep, that works. And it also looks like 22 gauge works fine. I've been pushing 18 watts into this for an hour now, and it's not even warm. The battery itself is still cold. That's fine. Really neat trick will be to connect two of these, and I have two of them, so I'm going to test that later. I'm going to connect two of these to one battery and see if it'll let me plug two chargers in. The only problem is I only have 1 meter. I know if the second one's charging or not. Oh, I could plug it into my battery box, and I can see what the output power is. So I can plug one into the, well, I can plug both of them into the battery box, and then see if the power doubles when I plug two in. Very cool. And I should be able to connect the batteries in parallel, and they should self-balance. As long as the first time you connect them, they're both fully charged, they should self-balance just fine. That's looking good. Although, now I should cancel this, because I've moved the holes, which means this piece here is only usable for this piece here. So pretend this has the threads on it to thread onto the end of the flashlight. These two pieces would line up like this, and then they would screw together. Are they going to screw together and stay together cleanly? I might need 3 screws. See how when I push here, it pushes open a little bit there? I don't like that at all. Oh, that's been... right in front of my face. You have a whole bunch of M2 hardware now. Go. Okay. Now for this, I need these. I got 500 of those screws, so I will never be short on these screws. Of course, it's all stainless steel. Cost difference is so small, you'd be crazy not to use stainless steel. Even garbage stainless steel is better than regular iron. Question is, will these stay put? Oh, ½ inch is going to be plenty. I'll use ½ inch for this. The 1 inch goes all the way in. All right, I do not like that at all. Ew. I see what's happening. It's squishing too hard. Ooh, I was not expecting that. Although, it's not too bad once you adjust it. See the way you have that little gap there? I do not like that gap. That is ugly as fuck. Now, these being farther apart I think will actually help with that. In fact, I think I'm going to move the other one further out too. Now that I see what it's doing. Is there anything else I can do to fix that? If you over tighten these, this is going to bulge. Although, once this is fully printed, it'll be a lot stiffer. Okay, yeah, I think I'm going to make that modification. I am going to move the other one out as well. Let's go back to desktop. Let's check the chat. We are back on the proper screen. Okay. Oh, does the screw stick out? Nope, they are properly recessed. Let's get well, we're not going to load that yet because I'm going to make another change. What's wrong? Yeah. All right, so we got to take this one and move it 6.6. Oh no, we're going to move that one 5.3. It looks like 5.7. 5.73. Okay. Oh. Let's combine this and this just so I get them out of my way. Okay. You need to come this way. 5.73. Click. 5.73. Okay. That brings you there. All right, let's put a cube here. Let's do this. 1/2 inch is going to be 13 millimeters. Is that enough? Yes, it is. Ooh, maybe not. I might need to use 3/4 inch. No, because that's going through all of it. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Now I need to take this and do this again. Like that. Okay. Then we take this. This. Okay. We Control D. You to be a solid. Oh, would you go to hell away? Solid. Going you and you. Grab you. And you. Okay. Then we turn you into a hole. Turn you into hole. I can also increase the number of perimeters. the screw holes, which will make them stiffer. Okay. You do not need to be this big. You can be this big now. See? Huh? It's pretty good. Now I should be able to select all this. Join. Select all of this. Now, should I put a third hole in? I don't think I need to. I probably should, but I don't think I need to. I should probably take these two and shift them that way and put a third hole in here. You know something? Let's just do it. It's only one freaking screw. Like, why not? Why chimp on it? Don't need to. Okay. You and you. We're going to move you this way. 2 millimeters. -2. Yes, I can get away with that. Now we take you two, join you so we're easier to manipulate. Take you two, join you. Grab you, grab the whole mess, move it -2. Okay. Now we unjoin you. Reasons which will become apparent. Unjoin. Okay. Control D. Okay. Let's lower you. Take you and you. Center you on you here. Then we're going to take you, move you this way. So we get to about there. So 16 millimeters. Now, take you, Control D, and we align you on you, line, you, center. We take this, and we move it this way, 16. Yes. Take you, Control D, align with you, line, here, center, center. Done. Fine. Fine. Okay. It's fine. Okay, now we have 3 screw holes. 4 screw holes. We adjusted the positions. We have the heatsink hole. Should be it. Yeah. Right. Delete you. Delete you. You are cap 1. Export. STL. Okay, now we just gotta wait for this to finish. Come on. Come on. Sometime today. Something's not right. Let's redo it. Why is this taking so long? There it goes. This is cap 2. Come on. I am showing you my screen, right? Yes. Chatting. Yes. Okay. That should do it. Now we get rid of that. That. Bring in cap 1 and 2. Okay. You are going to go. You're going to go over here. You're going to go over here. You are over here. None. Plug. None. Cap 1. Cap 2. Okay. That is that part there. It's a little close, but I think we're okay. Yeah, we're good. Okay. That is this part here. There, plug. Cap 1, cap 2. Okay. This will be cap. I'll save factory. Okay, grab all of you. Put you in the flashlight folder. Yes. Okay, flashlight. Let's load up the SD card. Come on. My fingers do not want to cooperate. Don't give me any shit. Eat. Yes. USB cap. Okay. You're going away. I don't need you. This is all gone. We're going to redo all this. Okay. Reject. Okay. Hate when the motor's locked. Hi. Hi. Go. All right. That's it. Now it's just printing it. But theoretically, everything should be in place. Heatsink, it doesn't matter if I don't have it. The hole's big enough for it, and it doesn't have to be precisely positioned because there's plenty of wiggle room. As long as the heatsink is approximately there, it's fine. There's no traces for it to touch. The one trick with doing the double one is that I'm probably going to strip about that much of the wire, and I'm going to feed the wire through the battery hole, solder it, and then feed it through the second battery hole in the second board and solder it. And so there'll be an open bridge right there. Directly connect them. Or I might run a full set of wires to each of the batteries. This way I guarantee I can't overload the wires. As a matter of fact, that's probably exactly what I'm going to do. That won't apply to the flashlight, but the power supply that'll apply to. Yeah, these are cool. I like these. Is there a way for, I gotta see if there's a way for me to verify that this is actually charging this at the correct rate. Well, it has to be, because if it was overcharging it, this would be getting warm. Even if just a little bit. Let's see what the battery is reporting for voltage. .46. Yeah. 3.467. Ooh, that, I might put 2 heat sinks on this. That's getting hot too. I bet you that's where the, no, it's not. Huh. This little transformer here is getting pretty warm too. Well, not enough to make me let go. So that is pretty warm though. I might put a heatsink on there too. All I'd have to do is put a hole in the plug to make sure that that can have space to put a heatsink. Those heatsinks are so cheap, I might put a second heatsink on top of the transformer. So the boost converter transformer. So heatsink on the bottom, heatsink on there. Might as well for longevity. You know, why not make it last longer, right? Yeah, I think I will put a heatsink on that side too. That'll be super easy to add. Okay. Yeah, separate set of wires to each. That'll also allow me to use What's that? Oh. That'll also allow me to use 22 gauge wire, which is easier to work with. Can I think of anything else that I'm missing? I've already fixed this. This now has a larger hole that the plug should fit through. So you can solder it, feed the plug through, and you're done. I basically left this top part here open. I might make a cover to go over that to fit on there, maybe, if I think I need it. I mean, technically this can't go anywhere because the wire will stop it. You don't need to use copper heat sinks. I'll be using aluminum heat sinks for this. I might want to work on cleaning up the top of the flashlight, because something I might want to do is to little dab of hot glue to put these two lights in the proper place in the lid, and then have the heat sinks actually fit into a little hole in the top, so the heat sinks will self-align themselves where they're supposed to be. So you can drop the two heat sinks in, and then take this light and on top, and everything will stay aligned. I might work on that. I might do that. Doesn't need it, but I might do it. I do still want to move this switch up more. Since I have to leave the BMS in here for... What the? Was that just touching something else? Oh, it's just my hand. Okay, I thought this was warm. Just my hands. Okay. Let's get the thermal camera out too. But oh, I know why I got the PVC wires. Because only the power wires need to be silicone. The amount of power we're drawing here is like 5 watts. That's nothing. And the amount of power we're drawing here is probably a quarter watt. So these literally do not need to be anything more complex. They don't need the benefits of the silicone, so we can save a tremendous amount of money. Although maybe I'll just go with the silicone after this first batch is done. Maybe I'll go with the silicone anyway, just because it's better. I do want to shorten the strap, at least at the end here, by a tiny bit. Just so that there's a little bit more meat for the screws to screw into here. Because I think I noticed it came loose on me. Let's see if they're still tight. No, they're still tight. And maybe it's just a one-time thing. I think I'm going to leave the excess length of the strap, though, so that if you have a pair of gloves on, your fingers should still fit through there. Maybe down the road, maybe I might design a TPU cover for this that flips up like this. So like my phone here has this cover, and that it flips up and out of the way to expose the USB port and the headphone jack. I might design something like that for that. If for no other reason, then it will just guarantee that this button will not accidentally be switched. For the USB, it's just only this part changes. So this part is the only part that I have to change, and then I have the second channel in here to run the wires up to the BMS. No, I'm sorry, not to the BMS, to the battery. Both this will connect directly to the battery, and this will connect directly to the battery, because each of them is their own BMS. I'm thinking about rounding off this edge a little bit. I like the hexagon shape, but I'm thinking about rounding it off so it's not such a jarring point for both what getting whacked with it. Well, so far, nothing. The battery is not even warm. It's still cold. The board gets warm enough that I notice it, but not warm enough to force me to pull my finger away. But we're going to add a heatsink to that. I'm probably going to toss a heatsink on the MOSFET on the other board as well, since I'm going to have all these heatsinks. So I might the one that looks like this. Although I'm only going to be pulling 3 amps through this one, but I might put a little heatsink on top of these MOSFETs for cooling. Although I don't think it's necessary. These are designed to dissipate 12 amps. We're pushing 3. So we're running this at 25% of its rated capacity, assuming the Chinese are cheap and are pushing this to double its capacity. That means we're still pulling half its capacity. So that should not be a problem for charging. See anything else? I've dealt with this because I don't like this. I don't like the way that's doing that at all. I hate that. So I want to fix that. But the further out screws and the third screw should fix that. I'll find out once this is done printing. These screws are properly recessed. Battery terminal holes line up. The holes for the M2 screws properly line up. Threaded in, no problem. All the ports lined up correctly. They just needed to be elevated 4 millimeters, which we did. I also improved the clearance a little bit. Let's see what else. There's plenty of room in here, especially now that you can do almost all of it outside of here, then just plug everything in. Oh, I did adjust the no, I didn't. I do still have to chop off a little bit on the clamp that holds the QC pit trigger in place. Well, you know something? The nice thing is, if this board has the ability to self-reset, meaning because it has a button. So as long as this board can boot itself up, you can plug a USB cable from this to the PD trigger to reboot the other BMS if you need to. There you go. So we have our built-in boot up process. Now, what would be nice is to there might be enough room in here to store a USB cable, a cheap USB cable. There might actually be enough room in there to do that. So get a really thin, C to C cable, so that not only do you have the cable built into the flashlight, but it's you can also use it for bootstrapping. So USB to USB, bootstrap this, get it booted up. Remember, the idea is for this to also be good for long-term storage. Okay. Hi, baby. Yeah. And if you really want to go indestructible, you could print the whole thing in TPU. You don't have to print this in PETG or PLA. You can print this in PETG, PLA, doesn't matter. This has enough just if you're going to use PLA, increase infill. Use a little bit more infill, just so that this has more structure. So if it gets warm, if you leave it out in a car, it doesn't warp on you. This kind of a print won't warp as long as you have enough infill. Think of infill as scaffolding inside, and it just holds everything in place if it gets soft. And then once it cools back down, you're fine. So you can print this in PLA, you can print this in PHA, PBA, PEBA might be a good plastic to print this in too, durability. But you could also print the whole thing in TPU. Then it'll be really strong. Oh boy, will it be strong. See, I wish I could get one of these switches. I wish I could get this made out of stainless steel. Because there is another way to waterproof. Just make sure nothing rusts. So for example, the PCBs inside, you could seal them inside of heat shrink tubing, and then cap the ends with hot glue, and that will seal up those. As far as the exposed boards, a little bit of corrosion X, it's like a conformal coating that will help resist water corrosion. Come on, cat. Come on. Same thing with this. Once you have the wires soldered to the bottom, corrosion X the whole thing, and just keep it away from the USB ports, because otherwise you don't want to block conductivity for those. But for all these SMD components, just corrosion X them to help resist water damage. Cover these screws. These screws are recessed enough, they will not touch the motherboard. And once I'm done the final prototype, I'll break out the thermal camera and check out the thermals. Although so far, everything is touch safe, so I'm not worried about thermals. But I have a thermal camera, so I might as well. Okay. I'm even thinking about trying to source a Phillips screwdriver that size, a decent one. Or maybe a bit and a very, very small handle, a handle much smaller than this, with no storage. And maybe even breaking it up so we can store a screwdriver in here. So if you do have to service this, for example, you could put a little baggie in here with an extra PD trigger and an extra a switch and an extra BMS, and then a little screwdriver, so that this is like somewhat serviceable. But that kind of defeats the point. If you've got to repair it, not really. I mean, you want it to be repairable, but I think it's going too far. I don't think we need that, especially since we are now going to have two ways to charge it. You'll be able to charge it via the PD trigger, or you'll be able to charge it via the bidirectional PD board. So the probability of both of them failing is infinitesimally small. So I'm not worried about it. Yeah, I'm really liking this. I am also thinking about slimming this down a little bit more, making this a little bit thinner, without changing the interior volume, just making the wall thickness a little bit thinner. Because if you print this whole thing out of TPU, you could probably get away with that. But I also kind of like the size. It's not the kind of thing you're going to toss in your pocket, but it's the kind of thing you might have in the trunk of your car or in your kitchen or your garage. It's just a general purpose. It's always going to work flashlight. I like this too. It's kind of trinkety, but it costs 25 cents to add it. So why not? About $1. The wire plus the solder plus the second direct drive, constant current driver. but it's a buck, right? And now with this, you can sit the flashlight on the table, sit it down on top of the table, and it's stable enough to stand up and light up your work area. And of course, you can adjust your driver to make this brighter if you want. This is as dim as it'll go, that driver. Oh, well, yeah, anything this substantial would beat the living shit out of somebody. Actually, that's something I was thinking about, Cassandra. I was thinking about adding functionality to this. So, a little clip, a little TPU clip that you print out that screws into this connection and holds on to like a little aluminum carabiner. I'm even thinking about including it with the flashlight because it's such a good idea. So, and you have 2 points to do that here too. You have a point up here too. So whichever side, like this, you put this on based on whether you're right or left-handed. But then on the other one, I was thinking about having little carabiner clips. Not only would that like increase MOLLE attachment and stuff like that, but you could do things like, and that's exactly what I was thinking of too. I was thinking of a little clip that you would have your little your poop bags for picking up after your dog. And but yeah, I was thinking exactly something like that. I was like, I've got these connections here. Why not use them? So literally a little clip like this that has a little hole in it. And when the clip comes together, it'll screw into the hole here with a screw, and then it'll hold a little aluminum carabiner, and you can attach whatever the heck you want to that. Yep, that's exactly what I was going to do. And then the other one, a pepper spray or a whistle. You can even 3D print a whistle and attach it. In fact, if I do that, now I want to do that. I'm gonna find one of the 3D printed whistles and ask their permission to or find one that allows me to remix. Hopefully they'll say yes, and put a little dovetail on the bottom of the whistle, and then have a dovetail joint right here in the flashlight, so you can take the whistle and go and click the whistle right into the flashlight, and so now your flashlight also has a whistle that pops right out. Yes, I'm doing that. That's just such an easy, low-hanging fruit add-on. Let's see. Let's see if they allow commercial usage. Oh, there it is. All right. There's the plug. Am I showing you my screen? No. There's the plug. The way this will work. And this will insert into here. And then this should fit right into here. I need to enlarge it. Okay, I need to make it bigger. It's too small. That will... I'm going to have to add some standoffs or a lip inside of here. But that will fit in there like that. And now that'll be covered, and you can still see your screen right there. So that I need to enlarge a little bit to make it a good friction fit. I also need to thicken it a little bit. What I need to do is thicken this side a little bit, because this side's a little taller than this side. So maybe have 4 standoffs on here so that it touches the board. But that needs to be bigger. That was too easy to put in there. That needs to be a good... You need to be thinking, am I going to be able to get that back out kind of fit? And yes, of course, because you can always just put a screwdriver through the infill and pull it out like that. Okay, so yeah, adjust this to be a little bit bigger. But yeah, that looks good. I like that. In fact, what I might do... Yeah, I might do that. It'd be easy enough to put a second hole here and a second hole here so that you can actually attach a carabiner here at 2 points, so it's less likely to torque and break off. Yes, we're doing that. But that's an give me. It's an easy add. All I have to do is duplicate that hole. Okay. Yeah, something like this. This one or this one. Something flat. I love the V29, but it's too big. This is also pretty good. Okay, do any of these allow commercial use? License. Non-commercial. I might have to figure out non-commercial. No derivatives, non-commercial. So I definitely can't use that one. All right, I might have to figure out how to make my own whistle. That's kind of cool. I just need something that's flat. Or relatively flat. Non-commercial. Huh, 3D printing a dog whistle. Yeah, I guess that should be possible. Creative Commons attribution, that one allows it. So I'll have to print one of these and see how good it is. Yeah, okay. All I gotta do is provide attribution. What I'll do is I'll make one side of the whistle the same curvy shape as the flashlight body, so it'll almost blend right into the flashlight. And it'll have a dovetail on the other end, so it'll slot right in. It'll fit right into the flashlight, like part of it. Then you just pop it out and good to go. Yeah, that's great. Okay, so we got a whistle. This one's also Creative Commons attribution. I like that too. That's two whistles. I'll print both and see which one works better. What's that? Why is there so many things? Non-commercial. Death whistle! I like multi-tone. That one's public domain. I'll still give attribution. I love this style because the little marble inside there really makes a big difference. But that's just huge. Okay, we got enough whistles. One of those is going to work. I need to order these when I get a chance. Without the money right now. I have that saved already. Yeah, that's plenty. For something that where I don't think it's needed at all, that's plenty. Okay. Okay. Let's go. Let's do 8.3. Let's go 8.5. That is incorrect. Oh, let's just go 43. Okay. Plug. Why does that first layer look so bad? Am I too far off or something? No, it looks like we're okay. Yeah, because I was originally thinking of using my my well, I'm not going to clip the whistle to it. The whistle's going to actually be built into it. So right here, there's going to be a dovetail socket through the wall here, and the whistle will just snap right in, and it'll just be part of the flashlight. You'll be able to just grab it, pull it out, and use it. And then, but I am going to duplicate this hole down here, probably right about there. Do the same thing on both sides. And I think I might do this one too. Just rotate this around 180 degrees so there's two holes. The problem that when you're doing like something like this, it's not a problem. But the problem with a single hole with a hard attachment like a carabiner is that it can torque and break the plastic in the screw. So by having two, you got to pull both out, so it's much stronger. Yeah, definitely. So this way, one can have the strap, the other one can have one or two connection points to connect carabiners, and yeah. And the nice thing about a carabiner is that you can just pop them off when you don't need them. You know, you can leave the carabiner on there, but pop off whatever you attach to it. Huh. Yeah, absolutely. It's such an easy value add. It would just it would cost nothing to add it. And to design that is take minutes. Just do it real quick. Let's do this. Let's do this. Okay. Drop. Line. Center. Let's do this. 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 Let's see, 5 millimeters. Let's call 8 millimeters. Um, Basically, it's going to be this with a hole here and a slit here, but I have to wait until I have an actual carabiner. I got to find my carabiners. Probably just drop by Dollar Tree and, get some of the cheap carabiners they sell because they all should be about the same size. In fact, there we go. There's a 40 pack of 2-inch carabiners. Oh, these are 2-inch. Yeah. How many is this? It's 24. That's a whole lot cheaper. That's oh, wait a minute, 40 pack. Does that mean 20 and 20 or 40 altogether? $40 carabiners, 40 key rings. Good. Yeah. So let's add that to the cart for now. I can't buy it right now. I got no money, but I'll get it later. Now, can I get those cheaper? 2-inch aluminum carabiner. I would prefer nicer ones because these are pretty. Well, they don't have to be that nice. You're popping things on and off of it. But I'll provide options. Because those are really pretty janky carabiners. See, I'd rather have something like this. Something that actually screws shut. Or at least like this, where it's actually a semi-positive lock engagement. These are just so much better. This is the kind of stuff you get the 40 pack for. And they're just such garbage carabiners. And these are only $1 a piece. I mean, even a chintzy threaded carabiner is better than a simple clip carabiner. Yeah, they're about $1 a piece for the good ones. I'd rather have colors though. Yeah. So this one is 2 of them for $1.61. That's not. Yeah, it's a cheap carabiner, but it's got the little bit of threading. That's really cheap though. But still, the threading makes a big difference. Well, that's actually what I was originally gonna do. I was gonna use my 3D printed D clip. But I think average Joe's probably gonna want to use an aluminum carabiner. I'm gonna include my D clip, but I want to make it compatible with a halfway decent carabiner too. See, that looks halfway decent. No, that's the same as the other one. It's no different. I want to balance quality with price. See, this is, it's screw on. It's this one. Yeah, they're only 50 cents a piece. They come in multiple colors. And I'm willing to bet you they're available cheaper. Let's do a search. Oh yeah, here we go. Here's more colors too. Yeah, 85 cents a piece. Technically, I don't even need a clip. I could just make a D-ring that's sealed, that's screwed into these connection points, and then your doggy bags will have a carabiner on and go click and snap it right into place. That's what I'm going to do, because that's a simple 3D print that I can include with the model. And I'll include my D-clip too, but that's a pain in the ass. So unscrew it and put it in and unscrew it back up again. My D-clips are made for one-time use. You install them, they're done. But having a simple I'll show you. Are we looking at my screen? Yes. So what I would do is something like this. There we go. This. Oh, I so don't like that. Oh, that's ugly. Oh, I know what I need to do. 20 by 20 steps, sides. There we go. That's what I need to do. 20 by 20 is good. Then we take this and you join. I don't know how big that was. Radius 7.5. Okay. Then we do this. We make it 64 sides to match. We make it radius, that's going to be 14 millimeters. That can't be right. No, it's not right. It's tube 2.5, so 5 millimeters. 5 by 5. There we go. Drop. O D D. Watch. You're gonna like this. Alrighty. So first thing we do is we put the work plane here. Drop. Not what I asked you to do. Oh, it didn't click. Click. Drop. Drop. Let me move the work plane here. Turn this around 180. Come on, give me it. Right there. Go. Drop. Now. The work plane back here. We select these three. We align here. Then we select these two. Align on this here. And there you go. I don't know why that's that's a Tinkercad glitch where it's not quite perfectly aligning here, but that should print fine. There you go. I've just created a clip. Now the one thing we are going to do is we're going to lop off. Let's go 5. Let's go 9. No, let's not do that. Let's just lop. Let's see. Let's keep the shape. Let's go 6 tall. Yeah, I like that better. How big is that? 48. I'll have to see how big that is relative to the flashlight. Then we this. One millimeter. Lop it off. There. Now the bottom of our carabiner is flat. I probably could take off a little less. I bet you I can make this 0.5 millimeter. 0.5. Why does that look wrong? It was wrong. I hate when it does that. Yep, that's a small enough patch to make sure the bottom print's good. And this will be a solid print, so it'll be very strong. And then what I will do is make 2 little clips to screw this into the flashlight. And then I might also curve this a little bit, maybe. That might be too hard to do. Because it would be nice, or just heat it up and make it conformal to the flashlight, maybe. But then you'll have a clip here and a clip here that'll go into those holes. And those will be made out of TPU. You can make this out of TPU too. And then this will fold flat with the flashlight. I might even embed it in the flashlight. So I actually have a little cavity for it to fit in the flashlight so it doesn't stick out too far. So it's a little more flush, although I don't think I need that. I'm overthinking it again. This would then rotate up like this, and you'd snap on whatever carabiner you want. So this would just be a hard point on the flashlight for you to attach carabiners to. Absolutely. Okay. All right, what's the next thing to do with this? Take this, rotate it this way, and we rotate it this way, drop it on the deck. Does it fit? Yes, it does. We're going to do 0.3. We're going to make this a little bit larger because I want it to be 3 perimeters. That's 0.4. That means 1.2. So this needs to be 6, 7, 8.4. 8.4. All right. Then we make a 6 millimeter hole. 6 by 6. Okay, put a work plane here. Grab you. Come on, come on. Actually, we take this and separate it, and then align this and this line on you here, and then we move you exactly 3 minus 3. There we go. Oh, no, that needs to be a little bit bigger. Yeah, that needs to be bigger. I want perimeters on the inside too. So if I want at least 2 perimeters for each, 4 perimeters total, that means I need 1.6. So that means it needs to be 9.6 in total. 9. .6. Align you here, split here, take you and you, align on you here, and then we move you 3 this way. 3 there. Okay. Now this does not need to be anywhere near that big. Take this. Do this. Oh, not what I wanted. I think that's enough. So we do that. Then we Control D. Split you. I just need one of you. Okay. And I should be able to take this and do this. Then take this. This is 9.6, so 4.8. Or 4.6, and then make it 0.4 thick. Okay. That should do it. Okay. How big are we going to make it? We're going to make it, at least 40. And this is 48, so that's good. We can put this here, and we're going to, come on, give me my thing. Stretch it out like this. All right, that'll be the clip. Hold it in place. Nope, this is wrong. Did something wrong here, did I? This is, it's only 10 tall. We're 5 tall. Plus I need meat to go into here. So this needs to be lowered. No. I'm probably going to have to get 3/4. Yeah. Um, it always misses by a little bit. You know, really? You got to miss by that tiny little bit. Tinkercad loves doing that. It's not Tinkercad, it's the perspective. It's like that little tiny bit. You got to mess with me, don't you? Okay. Hold D. Line with you. All right, that would be 2 holes right there. Ooh. Yeah, I want to do that. You and you. Come on. And together. Put the work plane here. Let's go down till we are joined right there. Okay. Then I want to put you here. Nope. Go away. I want to put you here. Oh, I got to do this correctly. This is 12. Means this and this. Please select when I ask you to. Go here. This is going to be 12. which means it needs to be 6. Then I can extend this out. Raise it up. Control D. Select you. Join. Turn you into a hole. Now we take this. Join it with that. Then we take this. And we cut it through that. And we get that. Isn't that pretty? There we go. Now we have our perfect little cutout. Now I don't need this big a cutout here. So I can do this. Okay. Do a little bit of a cutout for decoration. Let's bring it out a little more. We are covered. Hole. Joined. There we go. All right, we are. Oh, why does it have to be that? I did an uneven number, which is really annoying. All right. $12, half, 6, each side, still 12. Right? Yes. So we take 25.36 minus 12, 13.36. Okay. Although I just realized a slight error. Oh, it doesn't. No, this is going to be printed out TPU, so it doesn't matter what orientation I print this. This is going to be indestructible no matter how I print it. It's TPU. You're not killing that. Yeah, you're not killing that. What I do want to do is clean this up a little bit. That looks pretty shitty. I think I know how to do that. So if I take, this is 9.6, so that means 5, 6, 7, 8, 4.8. 4.8. Why'd you ignore me? Okay. Not what I wanted. Okay, that is the correct height. 9.6. Okay. What am I doing? Easier way to do this. Six by 9.6. I don't need that many. Okay. Stop doing that. I want to drag the whole damn thing, not grab a control point. Punk. Okay. Wait. This way and this way. Go. Stretch it this way and this way. Hole. Join. Much better. Much, much better. That's the way it's supposed to look. Okay. Oh, the reality is I should make this bigger. I should make that bigger. Do it right, Chris. So then you can reuse this over and over again for other things. Man. Yeah, we definitely want to move that. So we want this and this to be aligned. Line on you. There. And that whole thing is going to have to shift. Okay. Let's get rid of this for now. It's just in the way. Okay, there's my cutting plane for that. And there is the parts. Okay. Okay. I want these parts to be even with the edge of this part. Okay. And we can take this part and stretch it out so it covers that part. Wait a minute, how big did I change that? This is 15.6, 17. Which means I made it 15.6 to 17. It's 1.4. So this needs to shift 1.4. Perfect. Okay. I think I can just join all this now. No, I have to do it in a proper order. This has to be done in the correct order. So that means I take this and join them. I then join that with this and join them. Here we go. We then take this, we increase the height. Take all this. Join. That gets us that. Then we take this in here, make it as wide as this. Then we take this and this, align on this here. And I should just be able to invert this like that. And that should get me what I want. Bingo. Now that's clean. And I can probably also get away with going the other way. Okay. Take this and this. We control D. Rotate. Okay, let's do this. Come on. Stop messing with me. Would you flip already? Why won't it flip? There it goes. It's like, come on. Just flip over. Okay, so these can get rejoined. Now this I need to join as a set. I need to align this with this. We can kind of get away with that. Okay. So we got to turn this into a solid. First do this. Turn this into a solid. Turn this into a second. And do this. And join it with this. Then turn this back into a hole and join all three. Nope. Gotta flip this. That did not work. Why didn't that work? It did work. Okay. Much better. Look at that. I should have changed the width. Really? Why won't you give me the hitbox? There it goes. There. Now that prints like that. Very nice. Very, very nice. All right. So that's 25. That's 13.36. Let's see. Let's call this ring. And then flip. Really? Flip. Okay. Okay. Now we go to the flashlight. Ow. Okay. Let's grab all of you and hide you. Give me your battery. Yeah, you too. Hide you. Hide you. You out of the way. You out of the way. Okay. Oh, this is going to be fun. We got to dismantle this because I got a couple of things I want to change. Okay. That. What is that? Oh, that's the hole for the flashlight wires to go in. There we go. I need to take this and this. Control D. We move these down. Where is my controls? Here it is. Really? That's how we're going to do this? You're just going to putz with me? Okay. 25.36 minus 12 is 13.36. Okay. So there's the holes for that. All right, now how do I do this? I think I grab this. This. Let's see what, I might not put this down here. Let's see what this looks like. Control D. Minus 13.36. I might be okay with that. All right, Control D. Flip this way. And then move it 13.36. No, it's going to be more than 13.36. I don't like it. Nope. We're going to have a single hole at the bottom and a double hole at the top. The end user will just have to be careful and not put anything heavy on the bottom one. Top one will be for heavy duty. The bottom one will be for light duty. It's like up here, you'd put your pepper spray or whatever, but down here, you could put like your little baggies for your dog. Okay. All right, I need to continue extraction. There it is. Okay, now how far do I want to move that? It's like 7 millimeters. We're going to take this, move it -7. That looks too far. That looks too far. Let's go with 6. Now, what is the total dimensions of the switches? I believe it was 38. What? Why are you making me sign in again? Just shut up and do it. What the hell? Ah. Wrong one. Of course it's the wrong one. Okay. We are 35.5, so we're going to call that 36 with 12.8. So 36 by 13. Let's do, yeah, 36 by 36.2 by 13.5. 36.2 36.2 by 13.5. That should be enough wiggle room. Shorten this so it doesn't interfere with the rest of what we're doing. And now I should be able to take this to and center them on this one. Here and here. Now we take this and we drop it in. There. And then we join that with this. That'll recess the switch just a little bit more. Okay. Now, is anything else in the way? We have the double channels for the wires. Okay. Can I get away with just mashing this all together? Let's find out. I'm not sure if this is going to like this, but we're going to try it. Let's just try to go squish and see what happens. Sometimes you have to do things in a certain order. I'll find out pretty quickly if I do. Okay. Socket looks good. All right, we got the double sets of holes up here. They look good. I think I want to recess the switch a little bit more. But I also think I want to thicken up the wall in here a little bit. Okay. So let's do this. Let's hide this. Let's do that. Okay. Okay. Oh, this is going to be hard. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to add some beef inside of here. Let's see. 20 wide should be plenty. Probably going to want this to be about 40. Then we're going to take this and add it here. You don't need it to be that extreme. We want this to come up here a bit. This. And this. Okay, that's for printability. This, align on you, center. We bring you up here. Make you transparent. You can start manipulating. Yeah, I want to beef up this whole area. Since we're going to pre-wire the switch and then insert it, the more I beef this up, the more the screws will have something to stick to. Yeah, see? Got the angle we need. I think we're fully involved. These angles overlap. Okay. Now what I think I need to do is to separate this. First, I did have to work a little hard to make this work. This needs to go all the way through. Yep. Yep. Okay. I want this to go down 1 more millimeter. Two millimeters. Because I can. Okay. Bring you a little deeper. Liking it. Could probably even stretch you. And stretch you out a little bit more. Wait a minute, is that poking through the top? Oh my God, I think it's poking through the top. Yeah. It doesn't need to be that tall. Come on. Get down in there. It's up here. There you go. Uh-oh. That's no good. Hmm. I gotta curve it. Okay. How big is this? An approximate. Son of a bitch. 60. Okay. Okay. You. And you. You are 60 by 60. You are 60. 60. And we take the two of you. Come on. Line you here and here. Then we join you. All right. Take you this way. Take you this way. Turn you into a hole. Grab you and you. Go to a line on you. Center here. Top here. Center here. Now we stretch this out. And we give that a curve. Okay. Now we drop this back in. Now all we have to do is drop that just enough to vanish. Now, transparent again. And there we go. That should do it. Yeah, we're inserted now. Okay. No holes. No holes. We are going to want to make that a little longer. Okay. Let's see what that does. Oh, set for 100%. How much did we put? Oh, what is it? 6 amp hours? .6 amp hours. Okay. So we just stuffed 5.6 amps into this. Got to 100%. All right, I push the button, and that turns it on. I might make a simple little one of these, or one of these, so you can have a single power bank using one of these things. It'll just be that big. Single power bank. This is not happy. Come on, baby. It's probably the last time I'll have to failed nodes. Okay. It's not happy. You and you join. That worked. All right, we take all this, join it. Okay. Then we bring it all back. Okay. And we try it again. That should work this time. No, that didn't work. Well, it did give me what I want, sort of. Okay. This. There we go. Good. Come on, baby. Going together. All I do is shift it a millimeter. There it goes. Good. Now the switch will be recessed in here a little bit. And I also increased the wiggle room a little bit. Wonder why that's there. That's so weird. Like a little glitchy spot, which shouldn't be there. There. Okay. Now we have more plastic for those screws to get a bite into. And we also have slightly increased tolerances. So the switch, I won't have to shave plastic to get that switch to slide in there. And also the switch will fully recess into the plastic, which will make it far more resilient from wiggling and shifting around. And it'll also look better, and it'll also make this more depressed, so you're less likely to hit that switch. I do believe that's the last modification I need to make to this. Theoretically, I can remove some of these threads, but because we're doing TPU to plastic, I don't want to do that. Now this one, on the other hand, I like 3 rings. I could probably get away with 2 rings, but I like 3 rings. And this still fits within a bamboo print volume, 245.82, so we're leaving it. Anything else? I got the second hole for the clip. I might want to clean up the head, but that's going to be separate work because that's on the other piece. I think I'm good. I don't think I need to change anything else. Just print a new body. I can reuse these 2 parts. This, I'm printing a new one for the USB port. And once I print the new body, I'll have the second channel to run the board. Okay. Now, there is something I want to test. So right now, let's export this. Right, let's do this. Export, STL. Okay. And this will go approximately. All right. Actually, that's really bad right now. But I think I have enough tolerance to cover it. That should be an angle. So that's a raw bridge, but I think it'll be okay. I hope it exports it as I had it, not as. Nope, that's not what I want. Huh. It didn't remember that I asked it to do this. forgot that. So here's the thing. If I disconnect this, all right, there we are disconnected. Let's push the button, make sure we are fully disconnected and discharge any capacitors. Hey, Big Bad Joe, how are you doing? Check this out. So I got the new board in, and it's literally 2 connections. And now we can bidirectional USB 22.5 watt charging with an A port and a C port and battery capacity. And it's only like $5 to add this. Now the question is, does this require a boot? We also got the stainless wing nuts so that you don't need tools. So now, can I just press the button? Yes. So we can boot it up that way. Now the problem is the other BMS is still going to turn off. But will pressing that, drawing power from the battery, maybe that'll trick the other one into turning on too? But if it doesn't, we can bootstrap internally with our own stuff. All you got to do is plug this USB-C port into the other USB-C port to charge. And that will click on the other BMS. Okay. Yeah, this is nice. I'm also going to make a super small, well, relatively speaking, I'm going to make a little TPU power bank using one of these and one of these. And so this will sit right here on top of it, and that it'll be that big. So it'll be very, very small, very, very compact. And that'll be a 64 watt hour USB power bank. I'm also going to make, this is what I really want to do, I'm getting heat sinks for it and everything, is I'm going to make another power bank that uses 2 of these batteries. So it's 128 watt hours. And I'm going to use 4 of these charge boards, 2 for each batteries, and the batteries will be paralleled so they'll self-balance. And that means you will be able to discharge 4 22 watt outputs, which means you can plug 4 things into this and fast charge all 4 of them at the same time. Most of these battery boxes, like here's a dedicated USB one. This is actually a pretty nice little battery box. It's a 99 watt hour or something like that. It's got 2 USB A's, 2 USB C's, and I think that's a 12 volt output. It's a 12 volt input. It also has an AC input, AC output, but a lot of these small ones are USB only. So let's ignore the AC. We're just dealing with the USB. Most of them are just like this. You get 2 or 4 ports, and that's all you get. And this one here, that port there is capable. And of course, the manufacturer did this one ass backwards. It's like, why? Why would you put a 45 watt USB-C port on here and not make that one the bidirectional port? Why is it that the 15 watt port is the bidirectional port? So you can charge this by USB-C, but only at 15 watts. Is that the end of the world? No, but it's annoying because you've got a 45 watt port on there. That one should be the bidirectional. Well, maybe it can't handle 45 watts. It handles 120 watts input here. So we know the battery can handle 120 watt charge rate, which means it could definitely handle a 45 watt charge rate. Then they wouldn't be able to charge at 120. This charges at 120, so it obviously doesn't overheat charging at 120 watts. No, they were just lazy. This is a board that was available to them, and instead of, customizing the board to do it right, they just cheaped out, and I hate that. But at least it does use a standard figure 8 AC cord, and it is possible to charge it by USB-C. But here's the thing, though. You only get one well, technically, this is 2 high-speed ports because you have 45 watts and 15 watts. I count 15 watts as a high-speed port. But that's it. You get 2. And most of the time, you get 1, and then the other ports are all 5 volt, 2 amps, so 10 watts. So I wanted to make something that's actually high capacity, high speed. And so I'm going to design my own power bank that's going to have a higher capacity than that while being smaller. And it's going to revolve around 2 of these batteries. And this battery can easily put out 45 watts. So 2 22.5 watt outputs is no problem. And so I'll have 2 batteries, 4 of these boards. And theoretically, I haven't tried this yet, but theoretically, it should be possible for you to plug in 2 chargers and charge it twice as fast. That should be possible. So mine will have 4 of these boards, 2 here and 2 here, and the whole thing will be TPU. So I'll have probably the world's smallest 128 watt hour lithium iron phosphate power bank that can charge 4 22 watt devices simultaneously. You know, I mean, sure, it's only going to run for an hour and 15 minutes, but that is enough to charge 4 typical devices to 100%, because you have 128 watt hours. You know, that's 40 amps. OBS just disconnected and reconnected. Your typical phone is a 5 amp battery. You know, 5,000 milliamps, 5 amps. So this will allow you to charge multiple devices multiple times at 22.5 watts all simultaneously. So that's cool. So I definitely want to do that. As for the flashlight, I've made the slight corrections. So the new one will be basically, this cap will now be 2 pieces. And this is part of it. So this is the bottom part right there. So that'll be that part. And then you'll print this part too. And then they'll screw together. So here's a partial print, but since I had to make some critical changes, I canceled the print. But yeah, so these parts will screw together to form an entire cap. And then there's your circuit board inside there. And then you'll have this insert, which is too small. I need to make it bigger. That will fit in here. Okay. And so now you can still see your screen, and this will let it breathe. So it has room to vent heat. And there's your charging port. Or not your charging port, your display screen. And this all screws in. All of this screws together. So it's all serviceable, all managed. Come on, get out. There it is. So you got all the screw holes in there to screw them together. This all screws together. And I also the short kits that I sell to try to, I'm going to sell a short kit basically where I give you everything. You have to build it and solder it, but you'll get all the parts printed, mechanical, everything, to try to fund a multicolor printer. I want to see if I can, if I can sell 10 of these, that's enough money to buy the Anycubic Cobra 3 Max with 2 Ace Pros, which means I'll have 8 color printing at 420 by 420 by 500. Yes, please. So I'm going to try to do that. I don't know if it's going to succeed. Maybe it'll fail. Who knows? I'm going to try it. It'll be fun no matter what. But I think I'm going to include the battery too. I found a way to get these batteries affordably. I can get these batteries for about 15 bucks a piece if I buy 6 at a time. And so I'll have to raise the price of the short kit probably to like 150, 140. But it'll include the battery now. So you won't have to buy anything. Even this, the only thing you'll need is a soldering iron, solder, and a screwdriver. Everything else will be included. We also designed some new attachments. So, did that export? Yes, it did. Okay. Cassandra and I were synchronized in thinking the same thing, because I was thinking, I have these extra 2 connections for when you're not using the strap on this side. Why not use it for something else? So I'm putting a second hole in here for strength. You'll print this out of TPU and this out of either TPU or whatever plastic you want. Even PLA is going to be way stronger than you'll ever need, guaranteed. So this will pinch inside this, and this will screw into this. And now you can hook your pepper spray to this, your car keys to this, your doggy cleanup bags to this, whatever you want. And you can also do that down here. So I'll be making one of these that's half this size, and for lighter duty stuff. and you'll screw it into there. So you can have 2 attachment points to attach other things to this. And I also found some public domain whistles. So I'm going to put a slot in here, like a dovetail. So put like a dovetail slot in here and then design a whistle to fit in that dovetail slot. So it's part of the flashlight. So you'll be able to pop it out and you have a whistle. And so you'll be able to hook stuff to this, carabiners to this. Now the other cool thing, this should work. In theory, this should work. I can't get rid of the BMS inside of here. Even though this circuit board has everything I need, input and output, it has no output for the flashlight. The only way I could output the flashlight would be to tag on to the USB ports plus and minus. But then I would require a circuit board to bump down the voltage from 5 volts to 3 volts. And I might still do that. Damn it. Because that eliminates the bootstrapping problem. And all I'd have to do is run 2 wires up here to the switch. And that would get rid of the QC trigger, and that would get rid of the BMS and all the wiring associated with that. I could literally just run 3 volts up from here to this, and then to there. Oh, man. That might actually be, and that wouldn't require a redesign, because that would just be electronics fitting inside here. But that might, let's see how much that costs. Because the PD trigger is pretty expensive. If it's less than $3, it might be worth doing. Although, it's only $3. And it might be worth having both BMSs on here, so that if one fails, you have the other. I do like that redundancy. I mean, it's only taking up, the only space you're taking up is one of these. I really like that redundancy. Let's see what that circuit looks like. 5-volt step down. 3-volt. 3-volt. That's way too expensive. There's no reason for them to cost that. We don't need 5 amps. One amp is plenty, I think. Yeah, we're running like 7 watts. That's 2 amps. I think we're running 2 amps. Now I need to go from I need 5-volt buck. This one's adjustable. It's expensive though. It's a pain in the ass to solder. Oh, it looks like it's adjustable for input. These are common. They take a lot of space though. Say for me. Okay, that's a fixed voltage reduction. That's nice. That drops it right to 3.3 volts, which is what the LED modules need. The only problem is that's pretty big. Simple to solder though. 5 volts from the downboard and then output to the switch. I gotta think about that. Gotta think about it. Although the reality is, if I'm not charging that way, all I need is a voltage cutoff. 3.2 V voltage cutoff. I don't think they have them as a separate thing. So all I really need is the under voltage portion of the circuit. I can connect the flashlight directly to the battery. I just need something that will turn it off when the battery gets down to 2 volts. Yeah, it's not 3.2 volt, it's 2 volt. 3.2 volts the nominal. I don't think anything like that exists. Wait a minute. LIFE 04 discharge module. Wait a minute. Protection. Nah, these are all big. What else? Nah, see, we're just getting expensive now. These are all BMS boards. They're not just straight up protection. Oh, wait a minute. That is. Did that just change when I move the mouse over it? I'm not. It's really annoying when I do that. That's just a BMS. Okay. Now I'm gonna leave it. I know it works, and there is some advantages to it. Of course I didn't switch the screen. Of course I didn't. Make sure it can grind the beans very fine. Huh? Oh. But now the one advantage, it's only a couple dollars. The one advantage to having the PD trigger and the BMS is, well, number one, you have 2 ways to charge this. You can charge it this way, or you can charge it this way. Number two, in theory, you could plug a charger into this port and still have access to this port pass through to your phone. So you could charge this and your phone at the same time. While with this board here, if you plug something into the USB-C port, you only have one USB-C port. Now you can't charge it and discharge it at the same time. You can, we tested this, it will charge by the USB-C and discharge by the USB-A, but now both drop to 5 volts. So it's limited by what your device is capable of charging at 5 volts. This will put out 4 amps at 5 volts, but that's also pushing the wires, it's pushing the board. Well, if you plug into this and you're charging at 15, 20 watts, you can then plug into this and discharge your phone, and it'll still charge the battery inside here. So that's another benefit of having both. And then also, of course, another benefit of having both is that when I upload this to printables, people who don't want this don't have to have this. They can just print the regular tail cap and not have this at all, and this will all work just like it's supposed to. And then those who do want it, they'll have both. Okay. I'm okay with that. I like both. It's not that bright. I mean, it's bright, but it's not like I'm looking straight at it and it's not burning my eyeballs. You know, it's blinding me, but it's not burning my eyeballs. But it's bright enough to light up a room. It'll light up an entire room very evenly. And this one's super dim. You set this on the table, it's for lighting up your workspace. The trick is, after doing all this crap to the tail cap, will I still be able to stand this up on the tail cap? I don't know. We're going to find out. I'm also going to put heat sinks. I've already designed this. This is gonna have 3 connection points because I don't like the way this attaches with 2. And there's also gonna be a little cavity there. You're gonna stick a little 8mm heat sink so that when you stick this in there, it pushes onto that thermal pad there. Oh, nice. Saturday is a bad day to do that because it's going to be cold as hell on Saturday. Where's my phone? Yeah, it's going to be 10 degrees Saturday night. That's a bad time to choose to do that. And Friday, oh wow, Friday it's going to get down to 8 degrees. I'm going to be very cold Friday and Saturday. Because it's only going to hit 33 at daytime and 8 degrees at night. Yeah, Friday and Saturday are going to suck. I'm basically going to live underneath this blanket. Because that heater ain't going to do shit when it gets down to 8 degrees. But then Sunday, we bump back up to 45-13, then 42-19, 45-22. Well, yeah, I guess there really is no ideal day for them to do it. I guess this. Yeah, I guess there really isn't an ideal day. Yeah, I guess that's really the best they can do. Not much else they can do. Dang. I'm excited about this. This is nice. And it's so cheap. It's so freaking cheap. And if you want to do a lithium ion version, they make this in both lithium iron phosphate and lithium ion. And it's both it's like $4 or $5 each. It's crazy how cheap it is. Yeah, I'm happy with that. And we tested it today with a little meter, and it was pumping 18 watts into the battery. This little board, $4 or $5. It's basically all in one. 2 solder joints. If you use some good quality silicone 22 gauge wire, that's plenty for the amount of power it's drawing. The wires never got warm. And because 20 gauge doesn't fit through the holes, but 22 gauge just barely fits through the hole. So it was super easy to solder. That's it. Positive, negative. This is BMS, output, USB, charge control, everything. So if all you need is a USB power bank, you want to make your own, there you go. There's this is it. This is a bidirectional 22.5 watt USB power bank that has 64 watt hours of capacity. That's it. That's all you need. Actually, to keep the wire length equal, I might put the charge board on the side like that. Because if I put the charge board on the side, actually more like this, probably. I gotta figure it out because I gotta be able to access that USB port. Well, it's too bad the USB port weren't opposing each other. That would be nice because then I could actually have this touching the battery like this, and then the battery would be the heatsink. I mean, this battery is a massive heatsink for the little bit of power that's going through here. No. This battery is lithium iron phosphate, and this is one of the few charge control boards that's available for both chemistries. So this board is available in iron phosphate and lithium ion version. But these batteries are lithium iron phosphate. Nothing lithium ion powered can be called forever because those batteries only last 2 or 3 years. But lithium iron phosphate, you'll get 15, 20 years out of that. At least 10 years, but probably 15 or 20 years. Yeah, I definitely need to order more of these. I want to dabble with some sodium ion batteries, but I haven't found a BMS for them yet. And I don't know how to make my, because they have a very different voltage than either lithium ion or lithium iron phosphate. Although I think I determined that a lithium iron phosphate BMS will work for a sodium ion battery. You just won't be able to use the bottom or top portion of the battery. But because the low voltage is above the low voltage of the sodium ion and the high voltage is below the high voltage of the sodium ion, it's safe. It just won't fully discharge and it won't fully charge, which is better for the battery anyway. But yeah, I think one of them either was lithium ion or it was the lithium iron phosphate. I think it was lithium iron phosphate would be compatible with sodium ion battery. Meaning you wouldn't be able to get the full capacity of the battery, but it won't hurt it. It won't blow up. Oh, man. Huh. And now that I got the wing nuts, when you put this in storage, you just give this a little twist, pull that out, and then put it back together. And now your battery is completely isolated, and you'll only have the natural self-discharge, which if you charge this to 80%, in theory, you should be able to put this in a drawer for 5 years and then just plug it in, and it should give you at least, a night's worth of lighting. You should still have enough capacity left to be usable. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Ooh, I wonder. I'm gonna have to test this to see if it'll charge my tablet. See what kind of speed I get charging my tablet. How can I not have a USB-C cable handy? How is it possible that I don't have one handy? I've probably got 100 of them. But yeah, this should be able to charge my tablet too. Yeah. Actually, it would take the entire battery. It would not be able to fully charge my tablet because this tablet also has a 20 amp hour battery in it. So I would need my double battery unit to charge my tablet. Then I think I'm going to call it. I'll continue printing the TPU parts, tweak them as needed, but I'm pretty sure this will be the final print for the TPU parts. And I think I'm sufficiently finished to be able to publish the files. I'm gonna do one more print, transfer all the guts into the new print, make sure everything goes correctly. But I think that's it. Especially now that we have this 22 gauge silicone wire. It's a little bit thinner. So it'll go up the channels fine. Although I did make the channels big enough to handle 20 gauge now. But that'll make it a lot easier. It now has 2 channels. so you can run wires both directions for using the USB tail cap. Yeah. Yeah, I think the first couple are going to be transparent with gold TPU parts. That's the only TPU I have right now. Well, I do have a little bit of the Polymaker. It's softer, but that's okay. So I could do some teal. I could do a yellow and teal for some New Mexico colors. Yeah. I gotta order some TPU once I have some money. I also want to I want to try printing the whole thing out of TPU. See how flexible and stiff it is. You can stiffen it up just by increasing perimeters and increasing infill. That'll TPU stiffens up really quick when you do that. But yeah, I'm excited. It's working good. I'm amazed how easy this was. This was so easy. I mean, just 2 solder connections and that's it. It just works. That's pretty awesome. I just wish it had. I wish it had battery pass through that still went through the BMS. Like I wish there was a voltage out port. You know, that was just the 3.2 volts from the battery, but still going through the BMS for the under voltage protection. So it would have been nice if it had that. Oh, hopefully. I think it'll be good. Remember, it's not designed to be a high performance flashlight. I mean, it's big, you know. I mean, if I printed out TPU, I could probably make it a little smaller. I could thin the walls a little bit because it won't need to be as rugged. But you can print this out of anything. You can print it out of PLA, PETG, PIVA, PC, nylon, whatever you want. Even PLA will work just fine. Matter of fact, I want to print one of these out of silk PLA because I think it's going to look freaking awesome. You don't have to worry about heat unless you put it like if you put it on your dashboard in your car, you're going to have a problem. But if you put it just somewhere where it gets hot, it'll be fine. Just use more infill. Use 25% infill for the whole thing if you use PLA, and that will not melt. You know, it'll get soft, but the infill will act as scaffolding and it will hold it together. It's only thin stuff that has a problem with heat. But something like this, something rugged like this, especially with that battery and all that air volume to take care of some heat. Well, the problem is the glow stuff. There is something I thought of. I'll tell you in a second. The problem is the glow stuff doesn't glow very long. Now, what I did think of was making a small, like either in the tail cap or just on the body here, a little spot for you to put a tritium vial. And then you can glow for 10 years. For 20 years, however long that stuff glows. But it would be so small, and if it was turned the other way, you don't see it unless you put more than one. Now it gets expensive. But if you want that, you want a tritium vial. But the idea is that this will go in your go bag. This will go in your cabin that you have up in the woods somewhere. You have a hunting cabin. This is something you can leave in your hunting cabin, in your go bag, in the trunk of your car, in your emergency kit in the house, your power outage kit. You know, any place where, or in the kitchen drawer if you just want a flashlight, general use flashlight. Although I'm thinking about making a smaller one for that. Something that still uses these 2 LEDs, but something like hand puck sized. Something a little more convenient for around the house. You know, when you tell the kid to go get a flashlight, you tell your 5-year-old to go get this. It's a big flashlight. He's gonna be carrying this thing 2 hands. um, but the idea is it at least for those functions. Now, obviously, if you carry a flashlight, you're gonna buy yourself an O-light or something like that, a little handheld rechargeable flashlight. That's a UV light during my nails. But you'll buy a flashlight like that. I haven't found a low power enough BMS. The lowest I've found is 2 amps, and they're almost impossible to find. I can find them, but they're always out of stock. And the problem is, I don't think an 18650 lithium iron phosphate cell will be very happy charging at 2 amps. I think that's too much. This doesn't care. I can pump 5 amps, 6 amps into this. Gel nail polish, it has to be cured with UV light. So after you paint the gel polish on, you have to hit it with a UV light to cure it. So the idea of this is to be a forever light. The only part of this that's really destructible is the plastic body, and you can print another one because you'll be printing the first one. So that's serviceable. It's all threaded, everything comes apart. It's all designed to be serviced. You'll use all good quality wire, big, like this is designed to handle 6 amps. Okay. This switch is designed to handle 6 amps. So oh my God, the 6 watts that we're pushing through this is nothing. All right, so the BMS I have in here is going to either be a 3 amp or or is it 7 amp or 12 amp BMS, which means we are underutilizing the BMS at 25% of its rated capacity. This is capable of handling 5 amps, 100 watts. We're never putting more than 25 through it. So again, 25% of its rated capacity. These lamps, we're undervolting them. I'm running 2 of these at the max power of 1 of them, which means I'm running these at 50% capacity, and I got heat sinks on the back. All right. This light here doesn't even need a heat sink. We're running this light at probably a 1/4 watt. It's nothing. We're literally pushing nothing through that light. That'll probably run for over a week. I wouldn't be surprised if you get maybe even a week and a half out of it running that light continuously, 24/7. The battery is 20 amp hours, which is ridiculous for the amount of power we're putting into the light. That's why Cassandra's idea to USB output was a good idea, because you might as well take advantage of all that incredible capacity. But why have that much capacity? First of all, I want the flashlight this big, so that battery fits. I might as well use it. Second of all, you can abuse the piss out of it and it won't care. You're no load's too small, no load's too big. You're not going to overvolt it. It's just, even if I could turn on, all 3 LEDs. Oh no, this is 64 watt hours. That's airplane safe. The FAA limit is 99 watt hours. So anything less than 99 watt hours, you're fine to take this on an airplane. In fact, this would be a great flashlight in your airplane if you fly. But and it's also lithium iron phosphate, which is a hell of a lot safer than lithium ion. So 20 amp hours lithium iron phosphate means even if you lose 75% of your battery capacity, this will still run for 1 or 2 days continuously. So not a problem. The other thing is storage. It has so much excess capacity that as long as you disconnect the battery, just by disconnecting the battery, closing it back up, as long as you disconnect the battery, you can theoretically, obviously, who's going to test it? How are we going to test it? Do you think I'm going to spend $20 on a battery to stick it in a closet for 5 years just to see if it works? No, I can't afford that. But theoretically, based on the specifications, if you charge this battery to above 80%, you should be able to stick this flashlight in a box, in a drawer, in the trunk of your car for 5 years and still have a usable amount of power left in the battery. Run this flashlight for hours and hours and hours. So that's cool. That's what I mean by forever flashlight. And because it's lithium iron phosphate, instead of 200 or 300 charge cycles, you got 2,000 or 3,000 charge cycles. Considering it's a 20 amp hour battery, unless you're using that USB port a lot, you're going to charge this once a year. I don't know about you, but you're probably not going to live 2,000 years. So theoretically, because we are undervolting and underutilizing all the components, which means we're not stressing the components. So things like capacitors and resistors should be less likely to fail. Theoretically, this flashlight should be the last flashlight of its type you'll ever have to buy. You'll be able to hand this down to your kids and say, here, use this and give it to your kids when you die. Because, you know, theoretically, your great grandkids will still be able to use this goddamn flashlight. Even if they can't, if something does fail, it's all serviceable. You can take it apart and you can service it. And that's it. That's all. I'm tired of disposable shit. I'm just really tired of disposable shit. I mean, some of these flashlights we buy are beautiful. They're just incredibly gorgeous machine works of art, except you got that little itty bitty battery inside there. I mean, how long is this going to last before that little, 1000 milliamp hour, 800 milliamp hour battery in here gives up the ghost in 4 or 5 years? Well, then you got to buy a new one. Now, granted, it's $10. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but I hate the wastefulness. And so I wanted to, and since I am capable of designing something this simple, I wanted to make a flashlight that was as close to immortal as possible, as close to a forever flashlight as I could get it. And this is pretty close. Plus, it's just badass. I mean, we ran this thing for 60 hours before I noticed the light starting to dim. 60 hours. That's 5 days. That's a long freaking time. But it's fun. Now I have some other projects I'm going to work on using all of the same stuff. I'm going to make a single cell power bank. That's literally going to be this in a case that I 3D print. I'm going to make a double cell power bank with 4 high-speed ports. I'm going to make a, probably using the exact same case I use for the power bank. Going to, make a version of this that uses these. I want one of these, a handheld work light that uses this light. It's like stupid bright. And this will run off 24 volts, which means we can run it directly off of our tool batteries. Which one's which? Negative. You're negative. But yeah, that actually hurts to look at. So I want to make a handheld version that will have one of these on it. But I do want to run it off of this, just because it's such a big battery. I also want to make a version of this that uses 3 of these, because I figured out I can do this. It's surprisingly flexible. Flexible enough that I think I can make a circle with 3 of them. And that will fit on a 200 millimeter printer. So I want to print one that has, and this also has all the resistors and even has a switch. But I want to put 3 of these in a circle, and then 3D print a telescoping rod to go 10 feet up in the air. Then at the bottom of the rod, you'll have a variable voltage switch. It's a switch and variable connected to your tool battery. So you have a area work light that you can go out. If you have to work on something outside, you set this up, you extend the tower, you turn this on, it lights up an area 100, 200, 300, 400 square feet. And the whole work area. So I want to do that. And then I also want to make a version of like an indoor room light kind of deal that uses this big battery, but that's more directional and looks nicer. So I bought 40 more of these because they're so stupidly cheap. Why not? They're fun. I mean, these are, it's less than $3 for 20 of them. So for $5, I got 40 more of these. So I'm going to take these and array them around a circular fixture. and just as many as I can fit. And run them all off of one of these big honking batteries, and just make it so you just hang it up in the room or set it up on a lamp, and it just light up the whole room. Print a clear PETG donut to fit over top of it to really spread that light if you want to, although I don't think it's necessary, because this light is pretty soft. It's so broad, but just diffusing that a little bit might be worth it. Plus, by putting a diffusion grid over it, you can adjust the color. So if you use like a warm white plastic and in vase mode, you can warm that light up a little bit. You know, if that's not warm enough for you. So, you know, these are all different things that I want to do with this stuff because I have it, you know, I might as well. Plus it's fun. But I'm not gonna bother making a thrower because you can already pay good money to get a good quality thrower with good quality optics. That's just something that's a market I don't need to dabble with. I paid $180 for my thrower when I was a pizza delivery driver, and there is no way I'm ever going to be able to compete with that. Now, what might be interesting is I don't know, maybe make a ridiculous light, like a stupid light. Like, you know, find a cheap, you know, spotlight on AliExpress or Temu. You know, one of those garbage ones that's really not all that bright, but it's got this big ass bulb, but it's not that bright. Well, how about we take 20 of those and connect them to one of these batteries? Just for shiggles. Why not? Just like, why'd you do that? Because I can. Do I need another reason? But or you know, how many of those can I hook up to one of these batteries? You know, I mean, how many? Probably a lot. I might be able to hook 40 or 50 of them up to one of these. And if one's not enough, double up the batteries. Although, you know, if you start using more than one battery at that point, you might as well just go to tool batteries at that point. Yeah, that's looking good. The hole for the heatsink is in there. 3 holes for the connections are in there. I hope I can get more of this gold CPU. It's nice. I like this stuff. It's got it looks a lot like the gold Krugerrand from Paramount Plastics, from Paramount 3D. They have a PLA, and I believe a PETG as well. It's called Gold Krugerrand. Beautiful color. Such a beautiful color. This looks a lot like it. When it's shiny. When it's dull like that, it doesn't look much like it. But when it prints out nice and shiny, it looks a lot like the Gold Krugerrand. Explain that again. Is there a simple way to take a slice out of STL file that leaves or leads to independent files parts behind? Um, oh yeah. I think I know what you're talking about. You want to break apart a file or take a slice out of a file, but keep everything. Yes. Hang on. All you need to do is install Prusa Slicer. All right, let me auto correct this first. Let's see, export as STL fixed by Windows algorithm. Then export plastic body. Okay, so in Prusa Slicer, it's this tool right here. It's the cut tool. See? You can grab this ball and pick where you want to cut, and you can tell it to place on cut, keep orientation, you know, whatever you want to do. So let's say keep orientation. And you can select which parts you want to keep. So if I want to keep both, I can just perform cut. There you go. Now we have both parts. I thought I didn't want it to do that. I thought it would keep it in the orientation it was. Oh, it automatically moves them, but it does it though. There, it does it there. And if I want to cut another slice out, I could do that. So if I want to cut this slice out right here, there. So here's the little slice that I made, but here's the leftovers as well. And those will all go together. And it even has the option to create pin joints and dovetail joints to allow you to put it back together. Oh yeah, Prusa Slicer is amazing. And you can rotate the part, do it at different slice angles and stuff like that. You can, it's a little ugly to get used to, but you can create dovetail joints to be able to join the parts back together again, or pinholes with pins and be able to, mate the parts together again. Yeah, Prusa Slicer is badass. They've been doing a lot of good work on this thing. Yeah, that's easy. That's super easy. And you can go the other way too. If you really want to go to town on it, you can do things like, let's see, rotate Y, 90, cut. There you go. Now I just cut the flashlight in half like that. There you go. Now I got two halves. It's actually pretty nice for being able to see the inside. Oh yeah, that looked good. That came out nice. Nice. That's actually really handy. Hey, Maker Viking. Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, yes and no. If you want to do this relatively fast in Tinkercad, use bundle groups so that it doesn't have to do all the recalculating every time you do it. But otherwise, this is also pretty easy to do in Tinkercad. Oh, the problem in Tinkercad is keeping both halves. That's the problem in Tinkercad, is splitting it apart and keeping both halves. It doesn't let you do that. Not easily. You have to do it yourself. I'm doing okay. We did I think we're just about ready to go gold on the flashlight. I'll give you a real quick rundown. So reposition the switch up, in, clean that up. Added double holes so that we can add attachments to this, like carabiner clips, stuff like that. I found a public domain whistle. I'm going to modify the whistle so the whistle will actually fit right into the flashlight and become part of it. You have a pop-out whistle. You also got the new to be able to charge USB devices with this. So we got the new board, and this board will bi-directional USB-C, 22.5 watts, so 20 watts bi-directional. It's got an A port and a C port, full BMS control, all that stuff. You just plug it into the battery. I got the stainless steel wing nuts. So now to disconnect the battery for storage, all you gotta do is quarter turn the wing nut, pull the tab out, you're done there. And it's all gonna fit inside here. The tail cap of the flashlight will have a USB option, which will be 2 halves. So imagine this has all the threads on it. The 2 halves would screw together, and then your USB board fits right inside like that. It's going to have space for the heat sinks on both sides, so you'll be able to keep this cool. I don't think it needs it, but we're designing this to last forever, so it costs 50 cents. We're going to add heat sinks. That fits in there, and then your cover, which is too small, I got to increase the size of it. This will fit in here to close it up, and you'll be able to see through that to see your power level. And on the side, we already had, you notice it doesn't line up properly. We already fixed that, and I'm printing the new one now. But you'll have access to your USB-C, USB-A, and the little switch. Although I think you're going to need something to poke the switch, because I don't think your finger's going to get in there. unless I cut out more of this plastic. Maybe I'll do that. We'll see. But yeah, this is turning out fantastic. What is that? Oh, that's right. There's openings. Okay. Okay, so I'm very, very happy with it. I just tested the board today. It had no problem charging the battery up, 18 watts, and it charged the battery up fine. Nothing got warm. You know, this got a little warm, but not enough that you couldn't touch it. And then I'm also going to design a power bank that's going to be just this battery. That's it. And it's going to be a power bank. I'm also going to design a power bank that has 2 of these batteries and 4 of these boards. So you'll be able to charge 4 devices high speed. I'm tired of these USB devices that they have 4 USB ports, but only one's high speed. Like, you got a 100 watt hour battery in there. Let me charge more than one device at high speed. Well, I'm going to do it myself. And I'm also going to design lights around these. I got more of these in. I got some new jewelry too. I was telling people earlier how you can get around the free shipping problem by picking a little free item that you want from the game, and then you have to buy something of a minimum value. Well, if you pick something that's worth less than $2, your minimum buy is $5 or $10. Then you just pick the one item you want, and you get it for free shipping. Literally, it's so easy. It's ridiculous. I'll show you. So, say for example, oh nice, oh nice, I want that. I'm not going to get it now, but I want it. The Star Wars jacket. Hell yeah. Yeah, rebel scum. But anyway, I want this hoodie, okay? It's 15 bucks. But because it's local warehouse, it's $3 shipping. And I'm a cheap son of a bitch. I don't want to pay shipping. Especially when a couple of these vendors rip me off. Not rip me off, but piss me off. But anyway, what is that? Is that nachos and guacamole? Yes, I want those earrings. Those are absolutely cute. Now here's the trick with all the special offers on Temu. Fill your shopping cart and fill your wish list. You need at least 100 items in each. Okay? Fill them. But make sure it's stuff you actually want. And make sure there's a huge price range of stuff you want. Why? Because you always have to, when you do the special offers, you have to do the special offer on the specific offer page that they do it with. It's so they control it. They want you to buy the stuff you want, but it has no way of knowing what you want. But if you fill your wish list and your shopping cart, when you go to these special pages, it populates it with stuff from your wish list and your shopping cart. McFly, hello, yeah, okay. That's how you tell it what you want. Okay, so now let's go to game. Farmland's the best for this because, well, it's the only game they have right now. I don't think they do the ocean one anymore. But it's a bit tedious for a little bit of free stuff. I have an addiction with getting free stuff, so I don't mind sitting here playing this stupid little. You can't even really call it a game. It's time waster. But you're only going to spend 10 minutes a day in it, and at the end of it, I'll get this 8-piece plier set, this 6-piece set of chain hangers for plant hangers, and that $22 hoodie. I'll get all that for free. And they really will send it to you for free. So anyway, in this game, you have this option down here. I used it today, so it's not going to be available. Okay, but it looks like this. See that one that says next round with a present on it? There's another icon, and it says free gift. Okay? Or it just says free. But I already did it today, so you can't see it. But it looks similar to this. It probably looks like this. Now it's going to pop up with all this nonsense. Oh, that's just a coupon thing? That's all it was? Yeah, that's all it was. Okay. But anyway, it's going to pop up and say, pick your free item. Now, what you got to do, now, based on how much you plan to spend, is, and this is also really, really useful. If you spend more than 30 bucks, you get free shipping. But it's only if you spend more than 30 bucks from the same seller. If I spend $60, 15 from that guy, 15 from that guy, 15 from that guy, and 15 from that guy, it's 3 plus 3 plus 3 plus 3 for shipping. So that's $12 in shipping on top of all that. However, if you go to the free item thing and you pick a free item, if you know you're going to spend 50 or 60 bucks, well, then just pick whatever free item you want. But you're going to have a minimum purchase amount. And that minimum purchase amount will be directly linear to the, oh, hang on, I got to throw this up. Harper. That minimum purchase amount will be directly linear to the value of the free item you pick. So if you do what I did, and you pick this $1.79 ring, well, then my minimum purchase was $5. The other day I picked a necklace that was worth $3.50. My minimum purchase was $10. Okay, but be careful, because once you pick the free item, you can't change it. And if you don't like the result, you got to wait 8 hours for it to expire. Wait till midnight and it expires and then it resets. So just be careful. You can change the items you order, but you can't change the free item, which means you can't change the minimum order price. But if, like me, you just want to order a $12 shirt or a $18 hoodie, then you want to pick something like under $2. And that will keep your minimum purchase price low. But if you're going to order a bunch of stuff from different sellers and not order $30 from any one seller, this is really useful for you. Because when you go in there and you pick stuff, so let's go in here. So let's say I'm just going to do this just for the hell of it. So you're in that custom screen where you have to browse to pick the items you want. Well, half the items in here, I'll show you one. Where's one? It's in here somewhere. Oh, those are pretty. I like that. When you have something that's already in your shopping cart, you'll see how it says the little one next to the shopping cart thing? It's letting me know I have one of those in my shopping cart already. Okay? So it populates this, like here. I have that shirt in my shopping cart. See the one? Okay? So it populates this page from the stuff that's in your wish list and shopping cart. And what you can do is now you can go and pick the stuff that you want. Oh, I want that one item from that one seller, that one item from that one seller. Why? Because you did the free item thing through the game, it's all free shipping. It just eliminates all the $2.99 shipping fees. I love finding little tricks like that. How did that come about? Well, because I would order things like, like my shirt, all the little hearts. I would order the pants and the shirts that I've been getting off of Temu. And like this one vendor, this one seller, Pippin Local or whatever, is Pippin something, is the only one that has all the ones that I want. And I would order like 4, 5, 6 pair at a time, if I had enough money. And it would take like 3 or 4 weeks for them to ship it, of course. And they take as long as they possibly can. And then I would get the package. I ordered 4 and there's only 2. I ordered 6 and there's only 4. I ordered 5 and there's only 2. Like, what the fuck? Where's the rest of it? And he never responds. I've contacted him a dozen times. He never, ever responds. Never. Not one time has he ever responded. And now Temu refunded my money. They investigated, of course, takes a few days, because I'm not claiming broken with a picture. I'm claiming I didn't get it. Now, that's a problem for me, because saying I didn't get it could also be a me problem. That could be me stealing the items and just saying, oh, I didn't get it. So I'm afraid that that's going to cause a problem for me. So I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. Why is he doing this? I think I know why. When the tariffs, there were a scare about the tariffs being a problem. Temu shipped a fuck ton of stuff into the U.S. for local sellers to be able to sell, to help them ride out the turmoil until the tariff thing got settled. And it worked. That's why I was able to get all that free stuff off Temu. That $130 coupon thing they were doing. That if you played your cards just right, you only had to spend like $45 and you got $100 free after the first time. Because you kept recycling the $100 over and over and over again. That's because their venture capitalists were throwing money at Temu to help them survive the turmoil until the tariffs got taken care of. And so this whole local warehouse thing got started up, but usually it's not as good a deal as buying direct from China. This is $1.79 from China. It's $11 from the local seller, if they think they can get that. Now, what I think happened is after the tariff situation went away, the local sellers had to find stuff to sell, and custom clothing is a very popular thing because you can make it after they order it. I suspect that when I ordered stuff like these shirts from these sellers, they don't have it. Like, they don't have any. I suspect their inventory is zero. And what they're doing is JIT order processing, just-in-time order processing. So first of all, this is why I think this. First of all, they mark it as a pre-order. That gives them an extra 2 weeks to ship it. Because Temu is a marketplace. And being a marketplace, they can apply pressure to sellers. That's why Temu is safe if you use it correctly. You still have to use your brain. If you think you're getting a 1 terabyte hard drive for $20, I've got a bridge to sell you, and you should probably stay away from your grandmom because you're probably going to cost her entire inheritance. Okay, so you're a bad person if you think you're getting a 1 terabyte hard drive for $20. You're not. It's always a scam. It's always a scam. What's $20 worth? That's worth about 128 gig hard drive. How much you want to bet that 1 terabyte hard drive is a 128 drive that's been jiggled to look like a 1 terabyte drive. And that's what it always is. Anyway, that aside, you don't get scammed on stuff like this. I think he has zero inventory. And they set it up as a pre-order, which gives them an extra 2 weeks. Because I noticed every single one of my local warehouse orders never ships. For weeks, it never ships. It just says order packing, ready to ship, ready to ship, ready to ship. Even after it ships, it says ready to ship. And then suddenly it says, your order shipped, transferred to USPS, and it's already in Albuquerque. They use crap tracking because, it costs more money. What they're doing is they're waiting until the very last moment to ship my order before it'll get marked as delinquent. Because when the order is late, I get a bonus from Temu. If my order arrives 1 day late, I get a $5 credit from Temu. I mean, there's times where I got $40, $50 in credits because the orders kept arriving late. And that's nice. So I've noticed that they're shipping it just in time because every one of my orders arrived either the very last day or the day before the very last day before I would get that credit. So I'm guessing there's a pretty healthy penalty to the sellers if they get it there too late. So here is what I think is happening. I have no proof of this, but the evidence supports this. I think he has no shirts. He has no pants, or she. I have no idea if it's a he or she. I think I placed the order. They then placed the order from their suppliers for what I ordered. And because I ordered 4, 5, 6 pairs of something, not of the same thing, but all different things, I think they're coming from different suppliers. And what's happening is not everything arrives in time for them to be able to ship it out to me. So when the deadline comes to, okay, we've got 3 days left until Chris gets $5 credits for this, or I get penalized from Temu, I think they say, okay, ship whatever we have. And I think the penalties for shipping missing items on time are less than the penalties for shipping late. Because what would the penalty be for a missing item? Well, they just refund what you didn't ship. And that might be the only penalty there is. And that's not a penalty. You didn't ship it, so obviously you don't get to keep the money for it. I don't think it's malicious. I don't think it's fraudulent. I don't think it's them trying to scam me. I think they're just gaming the shipping times. And so instead of carrying inventory, now there is an advantage to this. I get to get exotic stuff I normally couldn't get. Because who's gonna stock a supply of 72-inch chest Valentine shirts for weirdos like me who like this kind of stuff? Who's gonna stock that? No one. But if they can order it in real time as I order it, well, now they can afford to do that. And I get this shirt for $9.76. Hello? Yes. Sure, it's polyester. It's sweaty. I don't care. It's nice. But that causes a problem when I order more than one item and they don't all arrive at the same time. Now, my concern is, what if Temu thinks I'm doing something to the packages? Because that's a tactic that could result in flack on me. And I don't like that. That's when I realized when I placed that order in the game for free item, I was looking through it and I was like, it says free shipping. I was like, but I know that item is from Pippin Local. That's a local warehouse. There should be a $2.99 shipping charge. And I was like, oh, it's going to be on the next screen. And I hit next, and no shipping charge. Order. It worked. No shipping charge. A couple days later, free item pops up again. I try it again. It worked again. So that's what I do now. Now I order my stuff from him one at a time. And he has to ship them one at a time. And you can't fuck me over with shipping dates if you're only shipping one fucking item. Because what are you going to do? Ship 0? So I found a way around it. So now he has to ship my stuff, or he has to absorb the penalty if it goes late. Maybe next time you'll be more responsive to your customers. But yeah, I just did it this morning. Let's see, what did I get? Yeah, so this morning I ordered these 2 items using the free item thing on the game. So I picked these cute little banana peel earrings. So that was my free item. All right. Banana earrings. They're cool. I like them. They're cute. Do I need them? No, but they're free. What do I care? And I did that in order to order this shirt. Right? I didn't pay a penalty. I paid $11.13 for that shirt. $11 for that? Hell yeah, I'll take that all day long. But the cool thing is, it's a local warehouse. And I didn't have to pay the $2.99 shipping. Yeah. I think Temu realized that maybe they were doing some weird shit with this. Can I show the order? Payment details. It doesn't show me the whole order, but you'll have to take my word for it. Oh, here, receipt. Yeah, there it is. See? $12.01. Free shipping. Hello? Yes. Update all. It's a neat little trick to get around some of the garbage, and plus you get something free every time. Now I got this ring for free. I got these earrings for free. I got this pin for free. I thought this was really cute. Come on. So, most definitely not all in a row. That's cute. What do I care? It's free. I'm buying the shirt no matter what. I'm buying the shirt or the pants. So the free item is allowing me to get free shipping, and I get a free item too. Why not? Why the hell not? What else do I got here? These are cute. See what they look like. They look cute in the pictures. We'll see if they look nice in real life. Yeah, they look pretty cool. That don't look too bad. They're a little cheap, but it was free. I just got to deburr the edges a little bit. Well, they're not the greatest in the world, but yeah, that's pretty cool. Come on, focus. And it didn't focus very well, but yeah, that's pretty cool. That's not bad. Again, free. Oh, these are cool. I got these from AliExpress. I paid $1.39 for these. $1.39. It's so cheap, it's ridiculous. Whenever I have to get a couple of things from the Dollar Express, and I don't want to spend a lot of money, I'll pick the one or two items I need, and then I'll add $1 pair of earrings to get the minimum 3 to get the free shipping. But yeah, that's cute. I like that. Why won't this focus? Is this too bright or something? Might be too bright. No, it's just not working very well. I don't know why. Trying. I can see it every now and then try to focus. It's just having a hard time. There, it almost had it. Yeah, they're cute. They're fake, of course, but it's $1.39. I'm not complaining when it's that cheap. And it still looks halfway decent. Of course, this doesn't look as nice as the picture. The picture was a render. So this gold had like a matte finish that had different tones. It looked very organic, very nice. This is just super shiny goldy. So, I mean, it's not ugly, but it's not as pretty as the rendering. The rendering looked a lot nicer. Ow! Oh, yeah, my back did not like that. um, oh, I found out why I couldn't use the Sam's Club to get gas last night. I signed up for Sam's Club because I figured out that Sam's Club has gas for 46 cents a gallon cheaper than the local gas stations. It was $2.69 at most of the gas stations in town. It was $2.23 at Sam's Club. That's 46 cents a gallon cheaper. I only have to buy 58 gallons of gas to break even on the membership fee. And so I should save about twice the membership fee every year. Plus, there's some food that they have that's actually really cheap. This is amazing. I didn't realize it was this big of a difference. So let's see, Amazon. You can't even get it at Walmart. You can get it at Amazon. So I buy these. These are, oh, actually, that's not a horrible price. Neither is that. These weren't showing up here yesterday. But where's the one I was looking at? That one's no good. Here it is. That one's a little high price. That's 35. This should be 29. That's 52 packs of oatmeal. Well, that's actually a pretty good deal. 44 for $13.72. But at Sam's Club, Sam's Club? I haven't tried to go on the PC yet. There it is. 52 packets, $10.98. Half the price. Hello. Yes, please. And they also got the 40 pack of the cream ones for $9. That's 21 and 22 cents a pack. Not freaking bad. And they have a lot of other stuff that's nice and cheap too, like butter. There it is. Those are the half pounds. Where's the big ones? Come on, where's the big ones? There it is. Twin pack. So here is 2 pounds for $7 or 4 pounds for $10.22. So $14 versus $10. And this is salted sweet cream butter. Well, so is this one. This was salted sweet cream too. But that's a hell of a price difference. I also hate this bullshit where they switch between price per pound and price per ounce. And sometimes the same goddamn products will have one will be in ounces and one will be in pounds. And I think they do that on purpose to make it hard for you to price shop. Shredded cheese is about 25% cheaper. Some stuff is about the same price, not really worth the difference. But they also do pickup. So what I can do is I can schedule a pickup for when I'm going to be on my way home from seeing Michelle. And then all I have to do is park in a parking spot, tap the app, say I'm ready, and they bring it right out to the car, and they load it up, load me up. Why is it glitching? You see that? It's doing like a max headroom matrix glitch. And now stopped. Huh. That was weird. Oh, how much are their muffins? But just the gas alone and the oatmeal alone is worth it. Also, the salad kits are cheaper too. Now, the only downside is they have a much more limited selection of things for you to pick from. I think I need to do English muffins. Yeah. Why did you do that? Why? Stupid fucking highlight function. Okay, so that's a 12 count of Thomas, 43 cents each. That's all they have? No store brand? Huh. You would think they'd have a store brand. And this one, it is... They have a 12 pack? No. So it's 28.2 cents an ounce for those. And 43 cents. Really? You're going to do each instead of per ounce? You fucking cocksucker. So double. So it'd be $7.40 versus $5.22. Pretty big difference. Even compared to this one, is not too bad a deal. No, this is cheaper. This would be $3.24. So it is cheaper to get the great value muffins versus this. Although they are smaller. Look at that. Look at that. They made them smaller. 13 ounces, 12 ounces. Really? Really? That's Walmart for you. Let's steal an ounce. So the English muffins are cheaper because, to be honest, I don't care about the difference between the quality between these two. I'll eat the cheaper ones. So that one's if you have to have Thomas, it's much cheaper. But how about bagels? $4 for plain bagels. So you definitely need to shop. Shop both. But there are some things that really are substantially cheaper. Great value. $2 for 20-ounce 6-count. So that's cheaper. These are probably fresher. This is Members Marks. I think they make them right there. But I don't give a shit. I'll take the $2 6-pack. Especially since they got cinnamon raisin for the same price. Huh. Ooh, I wonder if they have. Well, what do you call the hoagie rolls? 12-inch rolls. Do they have them? I don't think they do. What do you call those damn rolls? Damn it. None of this is what I want. Are you kidding me? Dinner rolls, hoagie rolls. Here we go. I didn't know they would call them hoagie rolls. Hoagie. Because I am having a hell of a time finding 12-inch hoagie rolls. See, these look like 6-inch. These say jumbo, but I think they're too big. Maybe not. That does look like the right size. So maybe I can get them. Okay. That's good to know. Because I want to make my turkey gobbler from Wawa. But around, at least here in Edgewood, I can't get hoagie rolls. I never tried to search for hoagie rolls. Walmart. Ow. Oh, those don't look too bad. So usually you get sub roll. That's it, sub roll. Usually the sub rolls are these short little rolls. And I don't want short little rolls. I want full size rolls. These are somewhat longer. They're 8-inch. That's not too bad, but it's this fucking, what the hell is this? 36 rolls? That's still too much money. Arrgh. These are short. These are probably 6 inches as well. Short. Here's a 10-inch, but it's this funky. You got to ship it to you. It's crazy expensive. The easy way is just click in store. Get rid of all that nonsense. Yep, all they got is short little sub rolls. No proper hoagie rolls, but looks like they do. And they consider half a roll to be a serving, which means that it's probably a 10 or 12-inch roll. Okay. It looks right. As long as it's not the French bread. The French bread's too big. You can't make a sandwich out of it. Yeah, that right there. We're making turkey gobblers. We're making turkey gobblers. I wonder, do they have turkey? Like sliced turkey, canned turkey? Something that's easy to make. Really? What are you doing? Are you just going to sit here and do absolutely nothing? Why? I would prefer Costco because they have similar gas prices, but they're $65 a year, while Sam's is $25 a year. So, yeah. Nope, can't be ground turkey. It's got to be actual turkey. Nope, they ain't got no turkey. Oh, well. It's like, this is not that great a deal. It's cheaper than Walmart, but not by much. Although this is good quality. You know, it's $10, but it's 1 pound 6 ounces. So that's 1 1/3 pounds. Not quite 1.5. So it's like $8 a pound. That's what Walmart charges. Okay. I want to call it. My butt is killing me. Oh, here's the clips I made. So we'll print this out of TPU, which will make it indestructible. And then this will screw into the bout on the flashlight, which will capture this clip. And then you can either put a carabiner in here, or you can put this in here and then snap your carabiner onto this. Oh, man. Okay. I'll have to print some of these, too. Oh, my God. Oh, come on. That whole damn time I wasn't showing the screen. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. When the hell did I switch that? Oh, crap. Yeah, this wasn't working, so I couldn't see the chat. The chat's behind everything. I'm sorry. That's my fuck up. There's no that would be nice if there was a way for me to get you guys to make a sound on my end. Because I hate when I forget that. But I was just trying to, well, here's the clip I'll show you at the end. We'll print this out of TPU. And you'll screw this into the model, and that you can either put your carabiner in here or you can put this in here. And you print that, and then you can snap a carabiner onto that. That's why we added the extra hole, the extra screw hole. It is for that purpose there. Oh, I hate when I do that. Okay, I need to make a short version of this too. Let's do that real quick. Control D. Go over here. Okay. I guess the easiest way to do this is to do this. Then do this. Yep, that'll work. You. Flip this way. Yep. Drop. Come on. Come on. Stop fucking with me. Just give me the goddamn control arrow. Thank you. There we go. Joined. There. Now I have a little one. Clip. Small. And this will be for the back one if you want to add one there. Okay. Nice. There's a big clip, small clip, and this one you just put a carabiner in. That'd be great for the little one would be good for just hanging like your little doggy bags when you go to walk your dog or something like that. Okay. Print this in whatever the hell you want. Print that in TPU. TPU. We are decently on track this month for Amazon. They changed the offer, but still it's there. Why not? So I'm at $33. Revenue 1,071. I need to make 2,750 to get 85. If I get to 4,400, I get 130. So it's just, however much you make is how much they pay you. I'm glad they're doing this because, it's not impossible for me to hit 2,750 in January, February, March. And if I could hit that all 3 months, that would be one hell of a bonus. Because I am not looking forward to what my next electric bill is going to be. I'm paid off. I'm zero. I got it paid off in full, but I'm not looking forward to what the next one's going to be. Do I dare check? Do I dare? Where's my phone? Where the hell is my phone? There it is. It was underneath. Do I dare? Not available yet. Oh, I guess it's not until next week when the bill comes out. But yeah. I can't think of anything else I need to add. And plus it's 5 o'clock. I'm tired. I'm gonna call it tonight. All right. I will see you guys later. Oh, actually, I might as well give you guys a second to see how this fits. Ooh, that's intact, but that's a little rough. I gotta work on that. The overhang was not too happy right there, but it is intact. So I'm gonna have to beef that up a little bit because it's TPU. Actually, what I should do is put a little support in there. Put a little bit of manual support that will start off as a point and get bigger, and then turn into a couple little points at the top just to support it. Because then I could just go snip and snip it right out. Not enough top layers. That definitely needs to be addressed. Okay. Let's see, which way does this go? It goes this way. Okay. Oh wow. How did that happen? I gotta retweak it. So that port is a little bit too low. That port is totally too high. It's like totally covering it up. Although the button's perfect. So I gotta bring the USB-C port down tremendously. Almost the entire port. And bring the USB-A port down 0.5 millimeter. And then fill in this top a little bit. But I think that top was supposed to be filled in. It's just a bad overhang. Okay. How does this fit? Still too loose, so I do have to print that bigger. And I think I need to put a lip on the one end so it doesn't sink in too far. That's how that'll look. Okay. So I'll need to tweak this. Battery connections are good. There's enough room there for the wires to come out. Okay. Feels nice and stiff. I got to figure out the bridging there. Got to fix the position of the USB-C port. I don't know how I must have shifted it twice because it's completely covering the USB-C port. So I must have accidentally moved it twice the amount I was supposed to move it. Because the button is perfect. It's now, I can't reach it with my finger though. You're gonna have to poke it with something. Yep, no problem. You gotta poke it with something big. Yeah, think about that. Yeah, I gotta think about it. The A port is almost perfect. I got no problems with that. Button is perfect. Don't have to change that. Except maybe make this more oval, wider, so that your fingertip can get in there. Maybe get that button. I can almost reach it. I think I can fix that. I think I can. I think I might have to make this more rounded because this overhang printed really nicely. This one didn't. So maybe more angle. Okay. I will keep working on it. But right now I'm going to get up and warm up and stretch my legs. I am not comfortable. All right. I will see you guys later. I'm sorry for having the wrong screen on. Give me your phone number so I can call when tag the pens. What? Oh, how do I give you my phone number? Can I message you? No. I can go to your channel though. Now, can I message you in here? View email address. I'm not a robot. Bicycles. Motorcycles. Gotta do all the captures. Ooh. Good. Make sure I'm not gonna gaslight you to everybody. That's a simple email address. Just numbers. I'm going to send numbers to numbers. Really? And send. There. Sent you my phone number. Oh. All right. I'm going to make something for dinner. I am freaking hungry. I'm glad I ate oatmeal this morning or I'd be really, really hungry. I love oatmeal. Oatmeal is like one of my favorite things to eat. That's it. I'll see you guys later.